Good evening everyone. Right, it's 7 p.m. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to March's Policy and Resources Area Committee meeting. First of all, just any apologies? No? Okay. There's quite a large number of members of the public here this evening and a number of speakers. Just want to make it clear that each speaker has up to 5 minutes to speak. And please, if there's people speaking on the same item, please try not to make the same point for the following speakers. And once you have spoken, you're not allowed to come back in. I'm going to have to be quite strict this evening in terms of because we've got 25 odd speakers and got lots of items on the agenda this evening. So please bear with us. Secondly, there's a camera, there's recording taking place, so this is not Pendle Council recording this, this is a councillor whip who's recording this, and it's live on YouTube, so it's not official and it's not Pendle Council's recording. Okay? So the first item is declarations of interest. Any members who have an interest? Councillor Iqbal?
It's not a declaration, Mr Chairman, but I noticed that there's a lot of non-committee members sat around the table, and I think it'd be beneficial for the public if you explain who are the voting members. Otherwise people will think that when people can't vote, either that or those councillors that are not voting sit at the back.
Fair enough. I think what we'll do is we'll do a quick introduction, if that's okay. Yeah. So my name's Councillor Dee Mohammed. I'm the chair of this meeting. I'm leading the council.
Rose Rouse, Chief Executive.
Richard Gibson, Chief Finance Officer.
Councillor Kieran Landry, I'm not on this committee. I represent Farm and Bridge and Com.
David Coburn-Price.
Sarah Coburn-Price, I'm the councillor for Alton and Coleridge, and I am on this committee.
Councillor Mike Goldthorpe, in Cotswold, member of this committee.
Karen Howard, member of this committee and councillor for the Northern and South East Ward.
Councillor Mohammed Aslam, Bradley Ward. I'm not one of the committee members.
Councillor Dorothy Lord, representing Waterside, but I'm not on this committee.
David Whip, it's a bit like University Challenge. Avian Coatswold, and leader of the Liberal Democratic Group and committee member.
Councillor Zafar Ali, a member of this committee, representing Bradfield East and Clover Hill.
Councillor Mohammed Iqbal, councillor in Bradley Ward, and I'm leader of the Labour Group.
Mohammed Hanif, a member of the committee representing Bradford West and Weedley.
Councillor Tom Whip, I represent the Northern Board, but I'm not on this committee.
I'm Lynn Rowland, the committee administrator.
And I'm Philip Millsdale, I'm council's corporate director.
Julie Winston, Health and Engineering.
Councillor at the back. And not to member of this committee. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Item 1, declarations of interest. Karen?
So I'd like to declare non-pecuniary interest in item 14. I'm a trustee of Hillside Heroes, so I just want to have transparency.
Any other interest? No? Okay. Thank you. Item 2 is public question time. This is to receive a maximum of 15 minutes of questions from members of the public on items which are not on the agenda. Councillor Tennant.
Okay. I'll stay seated if you don't mind. I've got about that. Well, as several items in tonight's agenda show, there appears to be a disconnect between borough and town councils. As national government cut funding to councils such as Pendle, the borough regularly asks town and parish councils to pay more for services, or to take on services which used to be the responsibility of borough. However, communication from borough council to other bodies seems to be at an all-time low. On several issues, Nelson Town Council have been waiting over a year for a response, and quite often Pendle Borough Council seem to simply pay lip service to town and borough councils, unless they're asking them for money. As an example of this being Nelson Town Council financing a survey on behalf of the cemetery allotment holders, which found that the land was far too shallow for burials. That information was passed on, but Pendle Borough Council insisted on doing their own survey, thus wasting time and taxpayers' money, and yet here it is again on the agenda tonight. So my question is, what measures can you at Borough put into place to improve communication with other authorities?
Thank you for the question, Yvonne. Yes, I totally agree that there needs to be dialogue between Pendle Borough Council and the town and parish councils. There's always room for improvement on a lot of things, but I do not accept that there isn't a dialogue and communication between Pendle Council and particularly you mentioned Nelson Town Council. There are representatives who wear two hats, so to speak, who are members of the Town Council and the Borough who sit on this, all on the Borough and sit on this committee as well, there are members. And I do believe there is dialogue between officer level and member level. Yes, like I said, I accept more can be done, and in terms of the particular comment you've made, it is on the item later on. It has been a long, ongoing item for many years. It's not just that it's come up this year. It's been on the agenda for many years, and I think we do need to make progress on certain things. Rest assured, your comments have been noted, and the communication will continue in the future. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Item 3 is minutes of the previous meeting. Please then get on second there. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Item 4 is the strategic monitoring report for the period of 1st of April to 31st of December 2021. This report is detailed, as you'd expect. There's been significant progress that's been made, and we must continue to make progress in the future. In terms of the objectives, these are set out in the report, which are the main objectives of the borough. So if you look at the appendix, starting from page 3, strong services, there's a list of various services and what the council is doing in terms of the strategy, and it goes on, that's strong services, goes on to objective 2, which is strong economy, and again lists a number of initiatives which this council is taking to deliver on that objective. Strong communities on page 7, and strong response and recovery, page 9, and also strong organisation on page 8. So I think there is progress being made, and think it's important that we continue to focus on the strategies and change them as time goes on to make sure that we are delivering for the borough. Councillor David Coburn-Price.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think it's a good review of what we've been doing, how we've been doing it, etc. as a council, and I think it does cover a wide range of activities, the full range of all the things we do, and the good targets we've got. Clearly, there's a few red spots here and there, but that has been a challenging year for sure. I think it's good that we're able to look at ourselves as a council and see how things are done, and obviously the officers and their departments can have a look at things as well. And I think it also feeds in probably quite nicely to the transformation programme as well, because again, that looks at how we do things and how we measure things. So I support the report and I move the recommendation.
I'll second that. Councillor Witt.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask for some clarification? If you look at page 16 of the report, there are statistics about fixed penalty notices for littering and dog fouling, and in the narrative it says that officers issued 3 fixed penalty notices for failing to clear up dog fouling. For clarity, is that 3 in the entire period covered up to Q3, or is that 3 within Q3? I note, Chairman, that there were twice as many fixed penalty notices for breaching dog exclusion zones and for dogs being off leads. Have all of those been fulfilled in the sense that they haven't been cancelled? And Chairman, I note that although the narrative says that because of COVID the district enforcement have not been able to fully deploy officers within Pendle, that nevertheless, according to this report, which I assume is up to the end of December, there were 1,204 fixed penalty notices issued. Do we know how many of those have been cancelled and how many of them have been paid?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wick. I do not have that information to hand. Not sure if we can assist.
The figures that you mentioned after this quarter, I don't have the answer to the other questions that we've got, but they will be given in the report which is coming to the next meeting in May on the performance of district enforcement throughout the 12 months.
Councillor Wick.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Just a few questions. In terms of page 3, there's third bullet point down. It talks about that we had the LGA challenge back in February, and the outcome will be reported to council in due course. If you can just tell us when that due course will be, because I think this is the last meeting of this committee for this municipal year. Will it be this side of the elections or afterwards? Then the one further down that talks about the sale of the land at Carr Road that was due to be completed in February, if you can just enlighten us whether that's gone through. And then just picking up on a point in terms of public question time, it says the transfer of facilities and services to town and parish councils continues to be the subject of discussions with them. If you can tell us how many meetings have taken place on a member level with the town and parish councils over the last 12 months. And then in terms of page 15 of the details, it talks about number of private sector dwellings, and that's a red mark with the loss of the empty homes officer. It's saying that we won't be able to achieve this particular target. I mean, if you read through the number of targets, and if you read it as a homework report, Chairman, there's at least a third of the indicators that are red this year, which is, I think, is a record level, either prior to the pandemic or certainly during the pandemic as well. And I'm just wondering whether you want to comment on that as chair of this committee.
Yeah, just in terms of the discussion with Town Council, we have the approaches from Pendle Council. I know the chairman of the Transfer Services Committee, Councillor David Coburn-Price, is here. He's which I think been in discussion, there's been correspondence between officer level and town council as to what services, if any, town and parish council want to take over. So them discussions are difficult, I accept, and always have been. And I'm sure Councillor David Coleman-Price can come in and see and assist with a reply regarding that. In terms of the red marks in the reports, they've always been there. It's nothing new. But this administration has been looking at all the positives and also the negatives, and we do need to address the, particularly, for example, the highlights which you've made in the report, and more needs to be done by this council to address some issues. And I think it is an important issue in terms of the empty homes in Pendle, and that is the challenge that we have to make sure that empty houses are brought back into use and make sure there's less development on greenfield sites. Dave, do you want to say?
Yeah, just a quick word on it. We did have a good meeting with Briarfield. Thank you, Hanif. We also have had some discussions with Cone Town Council about a couple of things that they're interested in and we might think about for them as well. The other councils are a little bit backward in coming forward, but I think part of it is that we also want to do more analysis on the figures as well, because obviously we've all seen the budget pack and things like that. Breaking that down into what does this asset cost, what does this running thing cost, that's the sort of nitty-gritty information we need to get first in order to present the full picture of it. So they're pending further financial analysis.
Kevin, on the other 2 points asked.
Sorry, yeah, in terms of the peer challenge, we are still waiting for the report to come back. Sorry, just what was the other final point?
The car road sale, is that gone through?
Yeah,
I think yeah,
it was completed at the beginning of March.
That's done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other speakers? No? Okay. Right, I think what I'll do is we've got lots of items. I think what we'll do is we'll take the items with the speakers on first. I should have really done that anyway. So we'll go to, in order that the speakers are down as, so we've got item 6, core strategy review and new water plan. We've got a speaker on this one, Emma Hartley. So you've got 5 minutes. The floor's yours.
Thank you. Yes. So I'd like to talk about my concerns and questions regarding Pendle Borough Council Plan Part 2, or to be more accurate, the lack of Pendle Borough Council Plan Part 2. It would seem that over the years, successive councils have failed to make the tough decisions required to take control of development in the borough by deciding on the most suitable locations for housing. But in December, after nearly 10 years of extensive reports and consultations, we finally had a plan ready to be put forward. Unfortunately, the sense of achievement was short-lived, as the plan was scrapped at the 11th hour due to the council's decision to reduce housing numbers, meaning that Plan Part 2 would not align with the core strategy. The initial decision to reduce the number was made in March, at which time it must have been obvious that this figure would not conform to the core strategy, meaning the document would be failed by a government inspector. Councillors were saying this on social media, also in March. It was also being stated by councillors that core neighbourhood plan must be adopted first to scupper Pendle Borough Council's plan. The core neighbourhood plan was in direct conflict with local policy for housing site allocation. Could this explain why Pendle Borough Council plan was scrapped? Now we have no plan until approximately December 2024. This means that as well as wasting £102,000, not including wages, of public money, we are stuck with an inflated housing figure of 298. But it gets worse. All open countryside is now vulnerable to speculative development. Some people have said we're no worse off than with our existing out-of-date plan, but developers obviously don't agree and have been watching the progress of the plan very carefully, circling like sharks, and seized their opportunity when it was scrapped. Hence, plans coming in for Lenchers and Pasture Lane. This means that the least suitable sites in open countryside, away from the settlement boundary, could be built on first. A greenfield policy first, by default. The ruling party made an election pledge to protect greenfields. In fact, all parties were very vocal about their intentions to protect our countryside. Actions speak louder than words, and the chosen strategy appears to be effectively gambling with our green fields. The public engaged enthusiastically with the consultation, and more than 1,300 people commented, well in excess of the usual response, but their views have been ignored. And my questions are, 1. Why did you carry on consulting the public and wasting officers' time, sifting through all the comments and revising site allocations when you clearly had no intention of adopting the plan, as it could not work with the reduced housing figure? 2. Plan Part 2 cost £102,273.50, not including wages, and I'm assuming the core strategy was at an additional cost. How much is the new plan going to cost? The report says the budget is ring-fenced. What does this mean? How much more public funds are going to be thrown at this plan? 3. What reassurance can you give residents who live near open countryside away from the settlement boundary, sites that would have been safe with the adoption of the plan? Can you guarantee that you will refuse permission in these areas, and have you set aside a contingency budget to pay costs for all the subsequent appeals by developers? But my most important question is, how can you expect the residents of Pendle to engage with the next consultation when, after spending hours distributing leaflets, making comments, their views have been completely disregarded? Pendle residents have been led down the garden path with false promises and a consultation which appears to have been a sham. The situation is a total fiasco, and it feels like, for want of a better phrase, we have been totally mugged off. We are now back to square one with all the uncertainty that entails. We are custodians of our beautiful countryside, and once it's been pile-driven and tarmacked over, we can never get it back. Our beautiful Pendle countryside is too precious for political point scoring and NIMBYism. All parties should be working together as a collective to honour your election promises to protect Pendle's countryside.
Thank you for that. I think in terms of the pledges that councillors have made, I think it's agreed between all groups that we do need to protect our beautiful countryside. That's fully accepted. The decision has already been made in terms of the point that you made. This went to full council. This report is basically setting out what this administration is doing in terms of moving forward and ensuring that we have a robust plan that gets approved. And this is setting out that process and the timetable. The decision has already been taken at full council. And what this report is doing is setting out the initial findings of the review of the core strategy in the local plan part 2, which, like I said, follows on from the full council meeting in December 2021. Since then, we've been working with officers to make sure this report came to this committee, to make sure that councils are aware of the direction this council is going in, and this report clearly sets that out. Rest assured, I totally accept what you're saying in terms of protecting the countryside. I want to see that, but we have to move forward in the best possible way. I also fully accept what you say in terms of the politics of it. I think this is an issue which is far more important than politics and point scoring. It's important that we all work together to make sure we have the best local plan for Pendle, to make sure it's sustainable and in the long term, and we need to get it right. Clearly, the points you've made have, like I said, have been discussed at full council previously, and the reasons why we took that decision was made clear at that meeting. It was simply because the advice that was provided was that the information reports were getting out of date, and the advice we had was, if we went with the lower housing figure, we could not rely on the evidence that was before us. So we couldn't simply have a figure of 142, which was mentioned at that meeting, and say, yes, we want the 142 figure, but we want to continue with the evidence base that we're relying on. The clear advice that we received was, if we went to inspection, that would fail. That would waste. And I take the point and accept fully in terms of the time and the cost element that you mentioned. But I genuinely say this from the heart, genuinely believe we proceeded with the plan with a lower figure based on the evidence that we had. It would have got rejected. That's the advice I had, and I followed along with the majority of the council. That decision went through, and we would have been back to square one, and that would have cost even more money, more importantly, more time that would have been wasted. And I genuinely believe that decision has been taken, and it is the best way forward. And now we need to make a decision and move forward with the local plan and try and get this done as soon as we possibly can. Councillor David Corbyn-Price.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it is fair to say that planning takes ages. Planning legal processes mean that everything takes months, years to do. The Pendle local plan, you mentioned the Code Neighbourhood plan, years and years of effort. Obviously we've had council officers, we've had external reports done. For the Code Neighbourhood plan, we've had years and years of volunteer time, plus officer time as well. So these things have a set process to go through. Talk about a consultation. The consultation has to be done, it's part of the process. So therefore you can't say, never mind, we'll just park that for the time being and do this instead. You can't do that because there's a standard set of tasks and steps to go through. I think, as the chairman said, the council was clear when it reviewed this in December. None of the councillors were particularly happy with the way the plan was looking in terms of the sites selected. Had we adopted that in December, that would have condemned 8 greenfield sites to be allocated and reserved sites. Now, I didn't want that baking in, because then the developers that you mentioned that are looking around the area, so developers always look around the area, by the way, but the developers would immediately focus on those 8 greenfield sites, and they would be condemned from day one. Similarly, there would be a housing target that would be a lot higher than we need to have. We don't need the housing target to be 240 was the number penciled into the to the local plan part 2, just as previously we had a target of 298. So these sorts of big targets mean that there's pressure on land, and that pushes the inevitable decision that you have to vote to sacrifice a greenfield site. And that's not what we want. We want to take the best, the most effective route to say that we as a council can adopt the government standard methodology. It was 146 and it fell to 142. Who knows what it might be coming up, but that's what we have to, that's one risk we have to take as a council. However, that's the sort of thing that gives us the control. We identify the sites based on our assessment of housing need, and if that housing need is 142 again, then we can live with that, and we can identify sites, we can pick the sites that we want, not the sites the developers want. That's the key thing. It's all about control. Who is in control of development in this borough? Now, at the December meeting, we talked about the fact that when a planning report comes in, it often says, you know, you must accept this because we have no grounds to defend this, we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, you must vote for this development. And we don't want to be in that position again. You also, I'm sure some of you get the framework newsletter. Number 50 was out just recently, and that says on the back page that we have a 7-year housing land supply at the moment. So we're not under pressure under that respect, which is excellent. So we have hundreds, thousands of actual extant planning permissions already granted that developers are sitting on their hands with, because they quite fancy waiting for a greenfield site, and we don't want that. So we want them to build what's already been given permission. That creates the housing that we want. And I don't think the housing choice is very good either, because every single house that the developer wants to build is, of course, a 3 or 4 bed semi or detached with a garage that nobody uses and a drive that people park their cars on and they can't park on the street either. So they're not suitable for a vibrant, flexible housing market. We all know about the housing ladder: small house, bigger house, then a small house again. That should be an efficient way to have a housing market that works. And I think that's the sort of thing we want reflected in a new plan. As the chairman said, we got legal advice to say you can't just scrap the local plan part 2, see what you can salvage from the old plan, see what policies can carry forward. You have to come up with a brand new plan. However, as the officer's report says, there's a lot of policies in Para 6, a lot of policies can carry forward. They're still valid, they're still okay, they're still robust, and therefore there's a good focus on where the gaps lie in the knowledge base and the evidence base when it comes to putting a new plan together. So I think this is a good step forward. A new plan is required. There is a time frame involved, obviously, because all these things have to go through their various steps. And I think, again, once we get that plan together, it will focus on brownfield development. We want to protect the greenfields, we want to protect the landscape of the countryside. That's what we stand on, just as I'm sure the other parties do as well. So we want to do that, and we want to make sure we have that robust plan that leads to development in the places that we want it to be. Simple as that. So I move the recommendations. I would like to make one change to recommendation number 2 in respect of the landscape. So I'd like to amend recommendation 2 to say that members agree that a new local plan can be produced protecting Pendle's valuable landscapes with associated evidence in accordance with a new local development scheme, brackets Appendix 1. So I move those recommendations.
I certainly second that. I think we should all remember that once full council had made the decision and voted on a reduced figure, that the plan we had at that time was not be viable going forward. So fully support what's been said, and I would happily second Councillor Cook-Price's report.
Next we have Councillor Whip.
Thank you, Chairman. At this point, I don't think there is much alternative to what's been put forward. But in the meantime, and we are looking at least 2 years of further planned development, we will have developers cherry-picking sites that are at risk, greenfield sites that are at risk. And Emma mentioned Lenches and Pasture Lane, but one that she didn't mention was at Foster Road, Barnoldswick, another greenfield site which has had a planning application, been rejected, has gone to appeal and is currently the subject of an appeal. So 60 odd houses there on a greenfield site. Now, the plan that we had, the core strategy that we had, began development around about 10 years ago. And in 2014, with statements about, well, we need to allocate land so that we've got the 5-year supply, all that sort of stuff. There were the lower Rough was put in, land off Gisborne Road, Longing in Barnoldswick, and land overlooking Greenfield Lock was put in addition to that Foster Road site. Apart from Foster Road, all those have now got planning permission on appeal. I think all of them on appeal. And in some cases, houses have been built. So there were decisions back in 2014 where people said, oh, well, we'll just put a line around this particular field, but it doesn't mean to say they're going to get built on. But as I think Emma pointed out, the developers have honed in on those and they are being built on or they're getting planning permission. In 2018, and this, Chairman, is where I do level the charge at your group of being serial offenders of kicking the can down the road. In 2018, the then Conservative administration avoided the site selection survey and kicked the local plan process, the Part 2, into the long grass, which 3 years later came back and eventually hit the buffers. So we've lost 5 years perhaps 4 years more generously, where we could have had land allocated and protected the other sites, which would have the defence of a full local plan. I believe, Mr Chairman, that this was one of the things that the peer challenge people were very critical of, and in this chamber slammed the council for not having a local plan in place. And I do feel that 10 years in the making and having nothing to show for it at the end, perhaps £200,000, well, probably more than that, more like £250,000 at least, that has been devoted to this, 10 years of work, and then we start all over again without having a product at the end of it. Well, the developers must be laughing all the way to the bank.
Exactly.
Councillor Hickman.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Chairman, first of all, thank Emma for having to come out again to address the committee, and she shouldn't have to be here tonight. I'm sure she had better things to do along with the other people that have attended. But, Chairman, she asked you a number of questions, and I don't think you've answered any of them, so I'll pick yours up in terms of when I speak. But you said that you spoke from the heart and you genuinely believed some of the things that you said. And that reminded me of what Boris Johnson was saying a few months ago, that he genuinely believed. But not once, Chairman, did you apologise to Emma and those people that have fought and argued over the last 12 to 18 months to try and protect Pendle's countryside. Not once did you apologise for wasting their time. You were elected, and I reminded you of this at the full council meeting in December, you were elected on a promise to protect Pendle's green fields. And I think you should be the first one to hold your hand up and apologise to the people of Pendle to say that you got it wrong. You failed them miserably. Because, let me just refresh your memory to the council meeting on the 25th of March last year that you were present at, where the housing number in the local plan was set at 146. You took control of this council in May 2021, and for 7 months you did nothing. You said that you had meetings with officers, but what the report that came to council in December 2021, you then tried to brush it under the carpet to say it was the officers' fault. Well, the officers can't defend themselves because they're not allowed to in public meetings. The blame, I think, and you should be man enough to own up tonight, the blame lies fairly and squarely at your doorstep as leader of this council. And as Emma has said, that we've taken the public as mugs. If you're not man enough to apologise, I'll apologise to Emma as a councillor and say, yes, the council has taken you for mugs. Not just Emma, but other people across Pendle. But in terms of what's happened, Mr Chairman, you represent a ward in Barrowford, and she's mentioned Pasture Lane, and I've noticed that you sent leaflets out in Barrowford already in letters blaming everybody else under the sun except yourself for taking no responsibility for what's happened. And I think that's wrong, and you should set the record straight tonight by apologising to those people that you sent letters to and leaflets to. But in terms of which direction the council's going, and you kept using the words rest assured, if I was a member of the public, I certainly won't be rest assured tonight based on your performance over the last 12 months. Not you as an individual. Well, you're to blame, but primarily because you're leader of this council. I've been in your position, and the buck stops with the leader of the council. You can't blame planning officers, planning managers, other councillors, Protect Pendle Countryside, members of the public and everybody else and developers except yourself. So I think you should apologise to the people and actually say what you believe, what you're going to do, which direction are you going to take the council in if you're still leader after May, and what promises are you going to make tonight to the people of Pendle, because it's on record so people can reflect that over the next few weeks. Well, in terms of the costings, Emma asked you a direct question, what are the costs? The report says the full costs are not known yet. Maybe you can share with us tonight what are the actual costs, because I'm intrigued to know, and which direction is the council going to go tonight. Councillor Whip is absolutely right that we're over a barrel at the moment, that you as a majority group in December 2021, despite my saying and Councillor Whip saying as Labour and Liberal Democrat leaders to say we disagreed with what the numbers were, you could have forced through that local plan that evening, but you chose not to. You had a clear direction 7 or 8 months earlier what to do, but you did nothing. And if I was a member of the public, I would have absolutely no confidence in the council actually delivering what they promised tonight. So I think you need to make some clear promises what you're going to do, Chairman, but fundamentally apologise to the people of Pendle.
read out 2 paragraphs just to show the logical flow. David has already spoken about the legal process. It is long, and there was no way that the local plan could be even talked about, removed, anything, until it came to full council, and that is how long it took, post-consultation, to bring it to full council. So it was the fastest it could be, frustrating as it can be. So paragraph 5 says, the most expedient and cost-effective way to introduce a new strategic approach for spatial planning in Pendle is through the production of a new single local plan. The timetable for this is set out in an update of the local development scheme, which would mean going to publication in around 18 months' time. So that shows that there is reuse of some of the work that's been done. It goes on to say, a large number of the policies from both the core strategy and the local plan part 2 are capable of being transferred into a new local plan with little or no alteration. There is also the opportunity to consolidate policies, which would result in a shorter and more accessible document. In turn, this will reduce the pressure on limited resources, saving both time and money. I'm the chairman of the Climate Emergency Working Group, something that the more work I do for that working group, the closer I get into it, and I benchmark against other local authorities. And it's quite clear that the local plans have stood, and this is not blaming the officers at all, because it was formulated in the past, didn't have those ecological net zero policies embedded throughout it. And we have to do that. We live in a cold climate at a time of rising and uncertain energy costs where most of our houses are made of solid stone. This nettle needs to be grasped. There are other councils, such as Lancaster, who have baked into all of their planning that all the houses should be net zero. That would still require a lot of retrofitting and things to do, but it would take care of all the houses from now on in. And for me, the fact that the 240 was baked in unnecessarily into that local plan meant that it formed a ratchet effect as each year passed. And also, it was actually a very short plan. It would be finishing in 2030. So then you'd have to do the whole thing again. So it makes more sense to have a longer plan, taking into account how the world has changed, such as the ecological and climate concerns we all have. And also making sure that Gib Hill, which was in the plan and is later on in this agenda, it was down for housing. If we had passed that plan, Gib Hill would have 216 houses on it. And that's what none of us wanted. We have voted against that. So it makes sense to go for a lower figure, get up-to-date evidence base. I am told that despite what this report says, that in fact the climate element of that is already drafted, so they are moving on with it, and make sure that we have a fit-for-purpose plan ready for the world we live in now, protecting our green fields and making sure that we are only building the houses that we need to build in the places we have to build them. So I would second that. Oh, you've already seconded the motion. You can't second it.
Any other speakers? Any other speakers? Sorry. Yeah, I'll just respond then to the points which have been made. Questions being asked by Emma and Councillor Iqbal about the costing. At this moment in time, officers are working on the costings. Unfortunately, I'm unable to tell you because we don't have that information yet, I'm led to believe. Just addressing some of the other points which have been, Councillor Whip referred to the peer challenge. I'm not sure which peer challenge Councillor Whip's referring to. Are you talking about, can I just clarify, this peer challenge?
Yes.
Don't recall them slamming us for not following the local plan.
It was certainly said in this chamber. Mr Chairman.
I was there.
I attended, it's not true,
Yeah.
Chair.
I don't recall that at all, Councillor Wick.
Okay.
There's been other people who were present. Were you present, Councillor Wick?
No, but I had a colleague who was present who reported faithfully what was said.
Yeah, it may have been reported faithfully to you, but that is not correct. So, because you weren't present, that's just hearsay, I would suggest. And that wasn't said. It's particularly, especially the language that you that we slammed Pendle Council, that's definitely not the case. So I'll correct you on that point.
So they were not critical at all about not adopting a local plan?
It was discussed, but I don't think it was even mentioned.
What words did they use, Mr Chairman?
I'm not recall, but I don't think they were even...
Disbelief?
No.
No. Wrote the Chief Executive or any such comments?
Through you, Chair, I can't recall a specific comment about the local plan.
Okay, we'll leave that there. I think that clarifies matters.
Rewriting history.
Sorry, not rewriting history. The number of people who were there, who all saying, not just councillors, officers, who saying it wasn't said, the language you've used. That isn't correct. So I'll ask you to withdraw that, please.
I will absolutely accept that I paraphrase the language. However, they were critical that Pendle Council had not adopted a local plan, and they could not believe that Pendle Council had not adopted a local plan.
That wasn't mentioned in this chamber, so you are clearly misinformed. Let's leave that point there, I think. In terms of Councillor Iqbal and wanting you to apologise, I'm man enough to apologise for a lot of things which I've done wrong. I will apologise. I'm in a position where I've been elected as leader of the council. I am doing my very best to make sure local plan part 2 comes forward. I apologise for numerous things, but I will not apologise with regards to some of the comments which Councillor Iqbal has made. It's very unhelpful when people are grandstanding and making political points, which I didn't want to really get into this debate because it's not my style, but I'm having to respond to the accusations that have been made by Councillor Iqbal specifically. In terms of apologies, Councillor Iqbal, may I remind you, I've been the leader of this council for 8 to 10 months. We didn't have a chief exec for 5 months during that period. We didn't have a chief financial officer. Councillor Iqbal was fully aware of the difficulty this council was in terms of the management. We've got a new chief exec.
Sorry, Chair, can you clarify? We didn't have a chief exec for how long?
When Dean Langton left, we had an interim chief executive, and whilst we were looking for a new chief exec, it was a difficult and challenging time for this council, and we had to get that right. A lot of time and dedication of officers was spent in that process, and as well as councillors. Certainly not going to use that as an excuse, but that is a genuine reason which Councillor Iqbal is fully aware of the position this council was in. You can see from this agenda, our new chief exec started in November, October, and if you look at some of the major issues which have been in the pipeline for many, many years, which you, Councillor Iqbal, have been leader of the council for numerous years, you certainly didn't do anything about the local plan, part 2. You've had many years of doing this job, and you failed. To expect and then miracles to happen in a period of 8 to 10 months is impossible, I would suggest. We are moving forward, and clearly the points you've made that for council. That isn't going to get us anywhere. What we need to do is move forward in a sensible way, work together as councillors, irrespective of political affiliation, because it's clear that all councillors want to protect our greenfield site. There's no disputing that at all. So why we're getting into this, these arguments, I don't know. The report before us is clearly setting out a strategy of this administration as to how we move forward in the quickest possible way. In terms of the pasture lane development, I recall, have already been submitted prior to the decision on the local plan part 2. And we've always had, since we haven't had a local plan part 2 for many years, which Councillor Iqbal has been leading this council, during that period we've had numerous planning applications which then we as councillors have had to refuse and do our best to defend, and we have defended them successfully on a number of occasions and will continue to do that. In terms of Councillor Iqbal, this is, I think, the crux of the matter where he says we should have forced through the local plan. Yes, if we had forced through the local plan, the advice, I'll repeat again what I said at the beginning, the clear advice members received was if we force through the local plan, it will more than likely fail. Just looking at the report before us, saying, I'll just read this out so it's clear to members and members of the public as well. Reviewing the core strategy, sorry, I'll go back just so people are aware of the resolution of the Council in December's meeting. On the 9th of December 2021, the Council resolved that the housing requirement based on the government standard method be agreed for a new Pendle local plan, and officers revisit the core strategy in Pendle local plan part 2 and its supporting policies in order to protect greenfield sites. That is the intention of this administration, clearly set out in that resolution. How we implement that resolution is the important part. What Councillor Iqbal was doing at the full council meeting was he was cherry picking sites and saying we should take out this site, we should take out that site. That wouldn't help us. It might help in individual sites, it might help on Gib Hill, which we all want to see, it might help on Pasture Lane, for example. But it wouldn't help us overall in Pendle. And the objective of this administration is to make sure that we protect all the sites across Pendle. The report then says on, reviewing the core strategy can be carried out in two ways. Number one, you can amend the core strategy and at the same time update the Part 2 plan, or you can prepare a new single local plan. The basis for the review is to align the evidence on housing and employment. It is difficult to see how this can be achieved by amending the existing two-part plan. The evidence base on which the core strategy is based is fast becoming out of date. Given the time required to commission new evidence, amend and consult an updated planning policy will become even more dated. That was the point that was made at full council, that the evidence base on which we relied on is possibly getting more and more out of date as we're going along, and the plan could fail when it comes to inspection. The report then says, which Councillor Sarah Colin-Price made, the most expedient and cost-effective way is to introduce a new strategic approach for spatial planning in Pendle through the introduction of a new single local plan. A large number of policies from both core strategy and local plan part 2 are capable of being transferred into a new local plan with little or no alteration, which is precisely the point we were making at full council. Some of the evidence can be reused, some will need updating and altering. So here we are, we're setting out a clear strategy as to how we move forward with the local plan part 2. It's been moved and seconded. I think this is the best way forward. It's the only way forward I can see. What we can do, the resolution of the council policy has already been made. We now need to move forward in a sensible manner and work together from all groups, I'm including my own group in this. We need to stop this arguing, argy-bargy politics, and let's get on with it and try and get this right. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll take this to the vote. All those in favour, please show. So you're not supporting this, no?
Against? I made my own mind up, I'm allowed to.
Against? Abstentions? Okay. Clearly demonstrates the commitment to the process, doesn't it? Thank you for that. The next item we have is item 7. This is Nelson Cemetery Provision. We've got 2 speakers. Sorry, apologies. If people want to leave, they can leave. If people want to stay, we came for the first item, they can stay. Okay? item 7 is Nelson Cemetery provision. So two speakers, Sam Saxon and Anne Roper. So Sam Saxon first, please.
Thank you. On the 21st of June last year, we were informed that our site had been chosen as the extension of Walsall End Cemetery, and we attended the meeting on the 24th to express our dismay that we've not been consulted on this. And at the time, it was suggested that this decision would be deferred by 3 months, and it was agreed that it would be deferred by 6 months, and it's now 9 months. And the latest report, whilst it moves emphasis from our site to Edge End Road, Halifax Road, it is still far from complete. We find this really frustrating. We've had various incidents take place, including the biggest break-in that's ever happened on our site. An awful lot of damage was caused, and to rectify the damage and improve the security of the site, we need to invest about £4,000, but we're in limbo because no one is going to invest £4,000 on the site when we don't know its future. However, we did, under our own steam, commission a survey because there's been this question since this took place that there's a problem with bedrock. Now, I did send this off to the council, Jane very kindly circulated to you all. But to put this into context, because it is difficult to understand, the criteria is that any grave must not be set in bedrock, and that there must be a metre of topsoil above the grave. So essentially you need 210 centimetres of depth. The survey quite clearly shows that at its deepest it's 196 centimetres, in parts it's 96 centimetres, and in parts it's 69 centimetres. So this effectively means the site is totally unsuitable and does not meet the criteria. And we believe that a decision should be made to reverse this proposal that was made on the 24th of June and, frankly, puts us out along the street.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker we have is Anne Roper.
Thank you. Being one of the many carers, having to look after a loved one 7 days a week, and 7 days a week, any time, where we can share a common interest in growing food to the table is a sustainable way and benefits all concerned. The stress relief by simply engaging and preparing the land has taken many years in constant hard work. The planting of seeds, watching it grow and discussing together the different ways to accomplish the things that cannot be expressed highly enough, particularly in view of the Conservative government's drive to get people out exercising, growing food and maintaining a healthy and stable mental well-being. For those who are elderly and disabled, it's their lifeblood. Without the allotment, most of them will be sat around the house, which will affect their mental health. In the last days of pandemic and lockdown, exercise was hard to find, and being able to work the land is a great way of keeping fit, especially for people who care for others. At the end of all this, and in view of the overall benefits of allotment gardening, the Council, in the opinion of many, should be looking to make more land available for the community to take part in, bringing along their children, grandchildren, showing them how their food is grown instead of taking away land from those who will, if this council has its way, no longer benefit from. On several occasions, the NHS have been overwhelmed and not able to keep up with the government guidelines. Having the benefits of more allotment site, and in particular cemetery allotments, helps in many ways to keep the members of the public fit, healthy, and away from poor health and away from hospital beds. Keeping the cemetery allotment allows the people in it to continue to work together as a community, developing well-being and that of the younger generation. The Council has a duty of care for those who voted for them and for the general public as a whole. And yet we have been shown no consideration, we've been lied to, we've had no correspondence. So I hope tonight that you can give us your decision, and I pray that you make the right decision and allow the cemetery allotment to continue.
So, Chairman, I'd like to move this recommendation and that the report be noted and that the further report be submitted at the next meeting. I would also like to add that the Halifax Road Edge End site should be selected as a priority site and that the Nelson Cemetery site should be removed from the list.
Thank you for that. This has been the Nelson Cemetery issue, again, another act which has been ongoing for a number of years. And I totally accept the points which were made by both speakers, so thank you for their comments. Sorry to hear about the breaking at the allotment site, and do apologise. Obviously, the commitment that was given by myself and this committee was that we would bring the report back sooner than it has taken. It's taken a lot longer. But that it wasn't anything that we were up to or anything like that. It just taken a lot longer that sometimes these things do. So apologies for that. In terms of comments made by the second speaker and in terms of the importance of such spaces, I totally agree with you. People need open spaces. It's crucial for health and well-being, particularly because of the difficult two and a half years that we've all had. And it's like you said, it's a saviour for many people, and I think it does people a great deal of help in that regard. My view in terms of cemetery sites is, having said all that, is that we have a duty as a council to provide cemetery provision. And the reason we're discussing this, we are fast running out of space at Nelson Cemetery. We've been looking at alternative sites. We started that process at the beginning of, I think it was May, the first meeting after the elections. We came up with a list of potential sites, and we've been working on them sites, and that's, I think, fair that this council, we have to go through that process, because I don't want to be in a position where we are saying to loved ones, look, sorry, we can't bury your loved one here in Nelson, there's no space to go elsewhere, and I think that would be a sad time. But it's our responsibility as a council to find the most suitable site for cemetery provision. Do I believe the allotment site is the most suitable place for cemeteries? No, I do not. Two reasons why I would submit that is, firstly, because what we need is a long-term solution. The cemetery site, I believe, isn't a long-term solution because all we'll be doing is in 3-4 years' time, we'll be sat here in this council chamber having the same discussion, saying, look, we are out of space, and can we find another site? So what are we going to achieve by doing that? Secondly, in terms of the report that's been mentioned, is the site suitable for burials? My initial thoughts on it are, and read the report and spoken to various people, I don't believe the site is suitable. For that reason, or them two reasons, I will be seconding Councillor Karen Howard's motion that a further report be submitted to this committee in the future in terms of cemetery provision, and secondly, that the Halifax Road Everett Avenue site be selected and prioritised as a site for cemetery provision, and the allotment site be deleted and removed from further consideration. So I will second that motion. Okay. Speaking to Councillor Iqbal.
Yeah, Chairman, you obviously alluded to what happened in June, and I think Mr Saxon has mentioned that the report has been 9 months in the making. But can I just ask some questions in terms of the preferred site now, which is the End Avenue and Halifax Road? On point 14, it says that you wrote to County Councillor Alan Vincent and appraised him of our interest. Has there been any update from the County Council in terms of a price agreed with us for their share?
Not to my knowledge. Certainly, as you correctly say, I've spoken to Councillor Vincent and written to him as well. I know Councillor Mike Goldthorpe has also spoken with County Councillor Alan Vincent because the County Council were considering disposing of this site. We intervened and we've requested them not to market the site for sale. We've had assurances that they wouldn't do that until we've made our decision as to where we want to go. We've also had sort of discussions with the County Council in terms of a potential price for that site. Correct me if I'm wrong, officer, I don't think we've got to a stage where we're discussing figures at this moment. No.
So, Chairman, just in terms of that site, I mean, I've made inquiries with my other role as a county councillor, had a conversation with various officers at county, and they say, and this is not me first hand, they say that Pendle are a long way off in terms of reaching a deal, and they seem to be shifting the blame to Pendle Council to say that not necessarily you as a leader, but as I said on the other item, the buck stops with you. It's not a personal issue, but buck stops with you as the leader of the council. That we have been slow in terms of negotiating with the county council, and time is running out was the word that I was quoted. Can you just comment on that?
Again, I disagree with you, Councillor Bell, in terms of saying slow. I think we've moved a significant way forward. Let's go back to where we were in May. We hadn't even, after the election, we didn't even have the potential sites listed that came to the first meeting. We've had to go through their list of sites and see whether they're suitable or not. And these things do take time, and particularly with the Halifax Road site, it took us a long time in terms of agreeing license. We couldn't just send people onto the site and say, go and do a survey on it. There was a delay, and it took longer than expected in terms of getting the legal agreements and the licenses agreed with our respective legal departments. But I would disagree, but I would actually, in fact, say we've come a significant way forward because I've been in the council, 17, 18 years, and particularly the last 10 to 12 years, we've been hearing about the allotment site. We've been hearing about it. It's been on the agenda about 10, 12 years ago, and then it disappeared. We've got to a stage now where we're ruling that site out. We've clearly categorically stated that site won't be considered by this administration. We will have to find alternative sites, and it's incumbent upon us now as a council to find that suitable site, whether that be Halifax Road. That's my first. I've been on the site. We've started that process, and further investigatory work does need to happen on that site, and that's the reason the first recommendation has been moved that a further report be submitted to the council, to this committee for consideration when then surveys etc. have been completed.
Okay, well just to progress things then, Chairman, I mean it's all good and well asking for a report to the next meeting, but at the pace that we've operated over the last 9 months, and I'm not going to go to you now. In June, you gave a commitment to the chairman of the committee that, and if you want to read the minutes of the meeting, I've got them.
I don't need to read it.
It said that Nelson Cemetery allotments be considered with the other sites, and that a further detailed report be submitted to this committee in 6 months' time, including phases, timescales, and estimated costs of preparation. This report says nothing in terms of what was agreed then. So, in terms of the recommendation that's been moved by Councillor Howarth, in terms of simply saying that we have a report to the next meeting, can I ask that that be amended to say that we actually fulfil what we agreed to in June 2021 that we want a report that says, look, this is how much it's going to cost, so we can actually make a decision. What we don't want to happen at the report in May is that we then need another meeting because things haven't progressed as quickly as possible. If Councillor Howard's prepared to accept that, I'll support what she's moving, but simply to say let's have a report to the next meeting, what worries me is that if we've got to nowhere in 9 months, in 2 months we ain't going to get any much further.
I don't know if Karen wants to speak, but if I can try and be helpful and make a suggestion, because again, this is an issue which affects all our residents, so I think I would suggest to Councillor Howard that's a reasonable, and if you could accept that please, and let's try and move forward. But again, I'm sorry Councillor Gib, but I have to disagree when you say we haven't moved forward. Category what the position is after many years of discussing this, and let's move forward as a council. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chairman. As one of the first, you did have a
Oh, sorry.
sorry, I didn't try to stop you. Chairman, in your words, I am glad to see that finally we are moving forward. I will hold back some of the comments in terms of the concerns I've had with the residents of my ward who are obviously affected by some of the plans around this site. That being said, I do echo Councillor Iqbal's statement in terms of the time taken so far, and it appears to be that time is obviously the flavour of the night for this meeting, given the previous item as well. That being said, I think time is of the essence in order to forward plan and take a look at how possibly we can deal with matters in a slightly better way. I think we also probably need to look at the approval of the Environment Agency, which is stated at paragraph 12, and how that may affect the timetable, because we don't want to be in a situation where the Environment Agency either knock us back on some of the proposals. We probably need to second guess or have some sort of planning around that. Is there an indication as to the Environmental Agency's requirements? Are we aware of the difficulties we may face with that?
Councillor, sorry, Church.
Maybe one day.
Yeah.
There's already been an approach to the Environment Agency around that. We think that it would take them probably about a month to turn around the request. Can I just say that I understand everyone's wish for this to move on quickly, and certainly council officers have that same wish as well. But the problem is that until you know what the ground conditions are, it's difficult to start sensible negotiations, quite frankly. I mean, we don't know how much of the edge end Halifax Road site will be suitable until we've got the report, the survey report. So, we will then, when we've got that, we will then be able to start to have meaningful discussions. We expect to have that report again within the next 4 weeks, and then we'll get on with negotiations.
Chairman, just to follow up, just on the remarks that have been made, you're absolutely right, Philip, and I think at the same time, however, the issues that we may envisage from the Environment Agency probably need to run side by side. It may well be that the land is suitable, but then we face further issues from the Environment Agency, or vice versa. Are we acutely aware of what that may be, or what those issues may be, in terms of having a knockback from the Environment Agency?
The people who've done the survey are reasonably confident that there won't be a knockback from the Environment Agency, and they do deal with these things and with the Environment Agency on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you, Philip.
But I can't give you an absolute,
absolutely.
understand.
And thank you again, Chairman, because at least I can go back to residents affected by this proposal in my ward and let them know roughly some of the timescales that we've discussed here tonight. So thank you again.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor
Thank you, Chairman. It appears that perhaps the council is moving to a more acceptable solution for the cemetery in Nelson. Given the imponderables, whether it's an affordable solution is another matter. But can I refer you to the bottom bullet point on the first page of this report? And what it says is, the Evie Cemetery has enough capacity for the next 9 years. Additional land for an extension has been identified. Now, when we had the last report, it referred to land in use as allotments, and indeed that land had been community asset transferred to Evie Town Council. And I flagged this up as when we considered the last last report 9 months ago. Can I ask, the additional land that is referred to here, is it currently in use as allotment land?
Yes.
Well, Chairman, I think you're going to have a similar number of people from here turning up in the next few years, aghast that their allotments are to be used for the cemetery, for the extension of the cemetery. And I would ask you to think again. You know, the land has been transferred to the Town Council. It is now allotments, and it ought to remain as allotment. So please, it's not as urgent as the Nelson issue, but it really is something that cannot be ignored.
Thank you for them comments. I think I agree with what you're saying, and I think the EV councillors can now maybe start working. We've got plenty of time to plan ahead and find alternative sites, I would suggest. So I think we have come a long way forward. I know the comments tonight seem to be about time constantly. I don't want to keep repeating because other people repeat, so I'm actually kind of defend myself. We've moved forward in 9 months more than we did in the last 9 years. So let's be realistic, let's be fair. Our officers have worked extremely hard. I know I've been constable with our officers and what they're trying to do to find and work with councillors. So I want to thank our officers who've done lots of important work to find a solution and find a way forward. And I want to thank all the allotment holders who've been patient for many years. And thank you for your time this evening and all the time you've spent coming to meetings in the past. So thank you.
Can I just let the chamber and everyone know this room?
Sorry, can I bring in Councillor McGowan? Sorry, McGowan. I apologise. I've got bad memory. I should write it down. Councillor McGowan.
Yeah, I welcome the Council's and Chairman's view on removing it from the list. Seeing as the allotment holders are upstairs, they have been sort of contacting me non-stop. What they did ask is, which I think has been missed off from the allotment holders, is a chance of the allotment being bought from the council, since it's Pendle Council land, to save them having this hassle in the future, because it has come up on the agenda in the past that the Allotments Act has been threatened, and they would like the opportunity to buy that land so they can keep it as it is without any more threats. Because obviously, as you know, I have been to the cemetery site up there, and a lot of people, well, there's a lot of broken hearts over that in the case of losing it. So I think it's only prudent that we give them the chance in the future to buy that land. Transfer it all.
My understanding is it belongs to the Town Council.
No, it's Pendle Council.
It belongs to Pendle Council, but the Town Council is the allotment authority in Nelson, and therefore the normal thing would be to transfer the land to the Town Council, who would then own and manage the allotments, presumably through the Allotment Society.
Chairman, can I just come in just on the point of the Town Council, with my hat on as Chairman of Nelson Town Council? I don't know where Councillor McGowan's getting the point about threats to the allotments. There are certainly no threats from Nelson Town Council side.
No, I'm not saying there was. I'm saying previously.
Councillor McGowan, I take your point about what you've said about this item. I think we've come a long way forward. Let's let this sink in, and we can have a discussion on the point you've made, if that's okay.
That's fine with me.
Yeah. So, Councillor Aston, did you want to speak?
Yes, I did. I just want to let the chamber and everyone know in this room the amount of time yourself as a leader and I as a driver be taking you and your client 7 days, every side working very hard, and not like the previous leader, the only second is ours.
It's
You
fine.
are doing
It's
a
fine.
magnificent
Let's not go
job.
there. I think everybody, I think everybody works hard, everybody does the best that they can. Let's leave it at that. Let's not get into all that. And thank you for driving me around.
Cost of fuel is quite high nowadays, so.
So I think we need to go to the vote, councillors. We've been sidetracked. Can we just please go to the vote? We've had a long discussion, but we haven't had the vote on it yet. So can we go to the vote? All those in favour of Councillor Karen Howard's motion, which was seconded?
Is that with the amendment, Chair?
With the amendment. All those against? Okay, thank you, that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending. You can leave. Should we move?
You're safe. Thank you.
Yeah. Can we, if people want to stay, they can stay. If they need to leave, can you please, I can ask them to leave quietly, please, to move on. The next item we have is, which we've got speakers on, is item 14, Gib Hill. So we've got a number of speakers. We've got 7 speakers on this. We've got 5 minutes each. You don't have to take 5 minutes. You don't want to take 5 minutes. And please try not to repeat the points that we've made by the previous speaker. First person we have is Elizabeth Hurley.
Thank you. Thanks everybody, and thank you for letting me speak on this matter. As an ex-history teacher, I'd like to start by putting what I've got to say in some context. Prior to the now defunct Pendle local founding, adopted in 2006, Gib Hill was in open countryside, outside of the settlement boundary and therefore safe from development. But Pendle Council wanted to reserve the land at Gib Hill for replacement housing under the HMR scheme, so they moved the boundary. The Government Planning Inspector accepted that proposal on the condition that if the site was not needed for replacement housing, the boundary would be put back in its original position and Gib Hill demarcated. That was said publicly in front of lots of people who remember it very well. I wasn't there, but I'm not rewriting history. That never happened, and so for the last 15 years, even though the HMR scheme was cancelled, the land wasn't used for replacement housing, for the last 15 years, Gib Hill has been under threat. So it was really delightful 1 year ago to see everybody putting aside their political differences and coming together to vote to protect Gib Hill in perpetuity as a nature reserve, unanimously. But really disappointing to read the report that you're going to be considering tonight, because the report suggests that councillors didn't actually know what they were doing when they voted, that their wishes were vague, and that they probably only wanted to protect the areas of greater value and that housing could still be built on the hill. And the only ecological reports that were referred to were those produced by the Environmental Partnership, a private organisation whose remit is sustainable development, and it was commissioned by Pendle Council to justify the case for building on the lower fields. The Lancashire Wildlife Trust report was completely disregarded. Hillside Heroes has a comparison of TEP surveys against 3 other providers since 2005, and they show consistent under-recording of species on TEP, and there are 3 reasons for that. 1 is their methodology, 2 is the software they use to interpret the results, and 3 is the fact that they rely on a single one-off survey, not 3 seasonal surveys, which is what the Lancashire Wildlife Trust did, for free at no cost to Pendle Borough Council. John Lamb, who conducted the survey, has been voted Ecological Auditor of the Year for the last 4 years. He's the Senior Conservation Officer at the Lancashire Wildlife Trust, and his reports show that almost the entire site meets either BHS or LNI standards, and the 2 fields that don't are only 1 species short of LNI status. And it would be quite easy to bring both of those fields up to standard if there was a simple ecological programme in place, which is something that Pendle Borough Council has failed to put in place for the last 15 years. The report concluded that Gib Hill in its entirety would be an excellent site for a local nature reserve, with all its fields supporting each other to form an ecological mosaic. So to sum up, I think councillors did know what they were doing, and I hope I'm not proved wrong. I hope that on this one issue you can set aside your differences and vote to take steps to protect Gib Hill as a nature reserve in its entirety. I hope the group that you are going to form tonight as a result of this report will chuck TEP's reports in the bin and use the Lancashire Wildlife Trust survey data. And I think it is time now for Pendle Borough Council officers to let go of the idea that Gib Hill can be built on. Land that should be in open countryside, on outside the settlement boundary, they need to let it go. It should be a nature reserve. Whoever gets it to look after, I don't care, as long as it's looked after properly. I will willingly disband my charity, shut the bank account and give back the funds. It isn't about promoting my charity, it's about protecting Gib Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Claire Kelly.
Well, I'm probably going to repeat a bit of what Liz has just said there, but I've lived in the area a long time, so having frequented this green space for many years, I've always admired its beauty, with regular sightings of many different species of wildlife and plant life. In recent years, I've witnessed a large piece of green space built on from Knots Lane creeping towards Gib Hill, often wondering where and when this was going to stop. Now with talk of Gib Hill being developed, this would be our worst piece of life, even if only a portion of this space was to be built on. This would close the gap even more between Nelson and Cone, wiping out our much needed wildlife corridor and green lung. This is not prime development land because of the geology, drainage and ecology constraints. Neil Watson was handed a copy of the Lancashire Wildlife Trust Nature Survey, and no mention is made of it at all in the report to councillors. This survey showed that most of the site, not just the upper fields, meets the criteria for either LNI or BHS status, so it's just a really biased, one-sided report, with the council officers still clearly pushing for development. The committee report is one-sided, expressing only the view of planning officers, whereas it should be given all the relevant information for councillors to consider. The decision was already made in previous council meetings that houses will not be put on Gib Hill, so why is it still being mentioned in an options report? The £2 million plus valuation is incorrect, because to be valued as such, the site would need to have the benefit of planning permission, which it doesn't. I sincerely hope that the whole of Gib Hill be adopted as a nature reserve, as South Valley Waterside are lacking these valuable outdoor spaces. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Suzanne Cockshott.
Yep. So, probably echoing Claire and Liz, but need to make this statement. For the past 30 years, I have walked around Gib Hill with family and friends, taking in all its natural beauty. You can walk around Gib Hill any time of the day and see something new and different. It's home to a vast amount of wildlife that call Gib Hill home. And we know this through the Lancashire Wildlife Trust report and seeing the wildlife up close and personal every day. I am a little confused how the Pendle Council's report was greatly different to the Lancashire Wildlife Trust one. It's hard to believe how the two can be so different. You are proposing to build homes on Gib Hill, however, the infrastructure is not there. And the council haven't made a dent on ensuring there are enough schools, education settings, healthcare settings, GP surgeries and emergency services. All these services are already stretched and have been cut year on year, yet you are proposing to build more houses which ultimately will up the population of Pendle, causing even further shortages to these vital establishments. Hillside Heroes have asked Pendle Council that Gib Hill be turned into a nature reserve. With 7 schools, 4 of which high schools, 3 primary schools, 2 of which are special educational needs and disability schools, all within at least 5-minute walk away from Gib Hill. Why would we not then propose a more collaborative, multi-agency approach to work together on a project that benefits children and young people that attend these schools? Not only will it have a huge impact on their mental health, which we know is at an all-time high with children, but also their education, learning and development will be able to be achieved by outdoor learning. These children have suffered greatly over the last 2 years through COVID, and to have a nature reserve on their doorstep would be a breath of fresh air for them. Let's think outside the box with this and link in with our local schools to come up with some multi-agency working to benefit the children and young people of Pendle. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Mr. Pete Constant.
Hi. I'm hearing everyone agreeing that moving forward in the best way is their intention. I don't hear anyone saying anything about what this best way is or who's behind the perspectives of what that best way is and how it's being considered as being the best way. It seems intentionally vague with relation to all the items that I've heard brought up tonight. There seems an overlaying something that's going on within all of them is the lack of consideration for 2 of the most important things that we are facing now, and I'm fully in agreement with the chairman about the completely unnecessary argy-bargy, and I think we need to consider completely different perspectives and completely different best ways, because neither perhaps are moving us forward. It seems that in the last argument about the green spaces, item about the green spaces, we were all on the same side about saving these green spaces. It just seems that, as another point that keeps being mentioned, that is the time. It seems that within these constructs of time that we have to develop these plans and whatnot, it's going to be too late. These places are going to be tarmac, aren't they? So we are on the precipice of a huge cultural shift regarding the climate crisis, and we need to stop the argy-bargy, as you said, and consider other options that aren't vague, that are action. The other impending issue that doesn't seem to have much consideration in many of the items discussed, again, which is one that needs to be at the foremost of all considerations, is the impending mental health pandemic, which is going to, and already is, paling into its significance the damage that COVID has done to our society and will inevitably do to our economy. I've worked in supporting vulnerable people for over 20 years. I'm on a board at York University that gathers biannually with academics and professionals high up in all major mental health and industry organisations. But I don't need to have that experience to see that we're in the middle of a humongous shift in consciousness regarding climate change and the mental the community's emotional well-being and mental health. The heritage in Pendle is seeping with this. We have an opportunity to embrace this and become a leading light using our heritage. These developments are working directly against this, and I can promise you, without consideration here, we will not only miss this amazing opportunity to embrace this cultural change and be a leading light, we will be left behind with this movement hugely affecting our economy. We are a community of people who are acutely aware of mental health issues, and these spaces are and will become increasingly more important for people to use our knowledge and understandings of these difficulties to become the community that makes a difference. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Yvonne Tennant.
Mine's about time again. A year ago next week, a unanimous resolution was passed at full council that Borough Council should begin talks with Nelson and Cole Town Councils and interested community groups such as Hillside Heroes about a community asset transfer to the Town Council in order to protect Gib Hill from development in perpetuity, and they would work together to get it into a nature reserve. A year ago. Yet nothing's been done. Nobody's spoken to the town councils, and now we have this report on the agenda which effectively, and this phrase has been used several times tonight, kicking the can down the road yet again. Why? Most of the councillors here tonight voted for that resolution last year. Some even campaigned for their election on the back of it, which still hasn't been implemented. So I say, enough of kicking cans. Get on with what you resolved to do last year. Stop sitting on your hands. Gib Hill, all of Gib Hill, must be saved from development, and it must be sorted out now.
Emma Hartley.
Hello, thank you again. To be honest, I'd never heard of Gib Hill until I started campaigning to protect Pendle's countryside from development. But what a discovery, a fabulous green space for local residents and wildlife alike, a place to breathe and get some headspace. The thing that strikes me about the current situation is the uncertainty. The residents are living with, and have been for some time, the knowledge that a much-loved area may be lost to development. The stress and anxiety this causes should not be underestimated. South Valley has already lost precious green space to two massive housing estates. We can see firsthand exactly what is at stake and what the implications are. We can't afford to lose any more. Decisions need to be made to remove the uncertainty and decide on the best way forward. I can understand the difficulty of deciding how best to deal with a piece of land estimated to be worth over £2 million, but residents need some clarity to allow them to get on with their lives without the constant worry about what the future holds for Gib Hill. We have no greenbelt in South Valley, and Gib Hill, P001 and Lenchers would make a perfect wildlife corridor, providing the buffer we need and protecting the habitats of the wildlife who depend on it. We have seen more deer and barn owls since the new estates have been built, as the wildlife is losing its habitat and being displaced at an alarming rate. Members of Protect Pendle's Countryside all have different areas that are closest to our hearts, but we all work together with a common goal. Councillors from all parties need to collaborate to find a long-term solution for Gib Hill and the other upland areas in South Valley. Thank you.
And the final speaker on this item is Caroline Palmer. Caroline Palmer? No? No. Okay. Thank you to all the speakers. Most of them have been constructive and made some really good points around Gib Hill. When people say there's been a delay, I keep hearing that point. I just want to come back to the point particularly made by Councillor Yvonne Tennant about the delays. I think let's be honest about it. If you want to be honest about it, we've been discussing Gib Hill for years and years.
15.
Yes, and in terms of the political points that have been made this evening about the constant delays, I'll just remind Councillor Yvonne Tennant which group she belongs to, which party she belongs to, and why her and her colleagues didn't take any action on items. For example, we've got Gib Hill, we've had cemetery sites, local planning, absolutely nothing in years. Within the first year, we've taken the major decisions, difficult choices. I accept they are difficult choices for us councillors. We've had the cemetery site. This is another difficult decision which councillors have to make. But it's difficult if you want it to be difficult. There's a clear decision of the full council, what the council's position is. I accept why some people have been concerned with the mention of housing within the potentially setting aside land. That's the wording. But just to reassure members of the public who are here this evening, when we had the first meeting after the elections, our group, we moved a motion at full council to do with the Lancashire Wildlife Trust seasonal surveys at Gib Hill. There were 3 surveys done, and that was moved by Councillor Harrison and Councillor Karen Howard here this evening. And the resolution of the council was that the council accept the kind offer from the Lancashire Wildlife Trust to carry out the seasonal surveys of Gib Hill, covering spring, summer and autumn 2021, so that a full ecological understanding can be developed. So again, I'll submit that to say that we haven't been doing anything is totally incorrect. It's just misinformation, and what we are doing is, as administrators, getting on with things, making the difficult decisions, and listening to our residents, which I'm sorry to say you had years and years of doing, and you didn't do that. So don't come here this evening and on social media, as you've been doing, misleading and giving misinformation to the public. I don't think there's anything to that, but the reason I'm having to make these points, and I don't normally make these, we've just been constant negative talk. We want to just get on and do the job that we elected to do as councillors. And we all agree, I don't know why people argue, with the resolution of the council. The purpose of this report clearly states, if you had read it, is to consider the next steps to implement the decision of the council at its meeting. I accept there is a bit of vagueness in the report, and the point was made earlier on. Did us councillors know what decision we were making? Yes, I certainly did. It was clear in my mind what we were voting on. And to make it absolutely clear, the recommendation is to have a working group to establish a preferred option approach to discussion with interested organisations, which the council agreed. So we have these discussions and try and find out who is in the best position to look after this site forever and a day. And number 2, that no housing be considered on any part of Gib Hill. So I will move that from the chair. Councillor Karen Howard.
Yeah, I'll second that, Chair, as well. And like I said, the first thing that we did was do the nature surveys. My background is a forest school leader and trainer, which is why I got involved with hillside areas, because I understand, all of us should be protecting our green spaces, and we're really lucky to have these areas, and we should be developing it. It's a rich learning environment for children, for mental health, so I support that no houses should be built there, and it should become run by whoever the committee decides to run it, and we should be celebrating it and using it and enjoying it. So I second recommendation.
Councillor Iqbal first.
Yeah, Chairman, you keep commenting all this evening to say, look, let's get on to do what we've been elected to do, but I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but you failed. Full Council 12 months ago, as Councillor Yvonne Tennant has reminded you, made a clear decision. I knew what I was voting for, and I assume all the other councillors that voted that night knew what they were voting for. But just before I go into the detail of the report, can I just ask you a question? I mean, I've served as leader of this council for about 4 or 5 years. Prior to any agendas being issued, there's usually a leadership team meeting with senior officers. Does those leadership meetings still happen?
I can confirm the certainly do, Councillor.
Okay, so Chairman, at the leadership team meetings, this report will have been discussed or presented by senior officers. Did you have any input into the report that's come before us tonight or not?
We discussed Gib Hill. I cannot, generally, I can't remember if the report, Philip, if it was a report at the meeting, I can't remember if it was.
It was a report, but it's a report prepared by me, and it's as prepared by me.
Okay, and through you, Chairman, if I can just address Philip. So, Philip, in previous years, when there's been a leadership meeting, and I've chaired those leadership group meetings, there's usually been a discussion between, when you presented a report, there's been a discussion between yourself, and if the Chief Executive is present, and the senior leadership team councillors of the ruling group. And in previous years, it's been myself, Councillor Whip, former Councillor David Clegg, and 1 or 2 others. And usually there's quite a discussion in terms of if the officer view is totally different to the political view, and usually the officers are made aware of the political view. Were you made aware of the political view in terms of this particular report when it was discussed at leadership team?
Well, I think the political view was clear from the notice of motion at the council meeting 12 months ago.
Well, that's not my question.
And yes, I was clear that that was the political wish of the council.
Okay, so at the leadership group meeting, was that political will drilled in, maybe is the wrong word, but really forced?
Reaffirmed, yes.
Okay, well, you still proceeded with your report?
Yes.
Okay. So, Chairman, 12 months ago, the council made a resolution, but what you've moved is let's have a working group of, the report says 5 members. You've not suggested which 5 members, whether it be politically balanced or who the 5 members will be. But again, this stands out like a sore thumb that we're kicking the can down the road and we're going to report back after the elections. And no doubt you and your colleagues will go on to say, look, we're the saviours of Gib Hill, and actually just bear with us, we'll sort it out after the election. Well, you did that last year, and 12 months later we're back in the same, we're still at square one. We've not moved on from square one, and I think you'll accept that. So what I'm going to move, Chairman, is an alternative amendment, and you can take that on board if you want to, or you don't have to, that's entirely up to you. But the officers or the administration are valuing the land now at 2 million. I just did a quick search because in 2013, and you may or may not remember a former colleague, a senior officer of this council, John Kirk, who was a fantastic council officer. There's a report in the newspaper in June 2013 when it was valued at 20 million. So the prices have really gone down in terms of the valuations. But I think that we need to grasp this one here and tonight, and rather than having a members group of five councillors, whoever those 5 councillors are, I'm not too fussed, but let's make a resolution tonight. The resolution that was moved and agreed in March 2021, let's agree to transfer Gib Hill in its entirety here and tonight to Nelson and Combe Town Councils with a clear covenant that's been that says that there will be no development full stop in perpetuity. That then sends a clear message to these people that have come out again tonight, because what you're moving is having a secret meeting of 5 people. You're not saying that it's a public meeting, and you're not saying which 5 members are on it. You know, for example, are you inviting, and I'm just going to single her out now, Emma Hartley, who's doing a great deal of work on behalf of Protect Pendle Council.
Councillor Iqbal, it's 311.
Well, you didn't say that, you just said 5 members.
Yeah.
So why,
no full well.
can I just finish, please? So in terms of the membership, I would much rather, if you're going to have a genuine discussion, involve people from the public who have actually put their heart and soul into this particular issue, rather than having 5 councillors and it'll be politically balanced, so your group will have the biggest numbers, naturally, and that's how working groups operate, and straight after the elections, it'll be kicked back down the road. So I will not support the provision of 5 members. We need to make a decision here and tonight and instruct officers, and Philip is a senior officer of the council, has been around for a very long time. If the political will is there to do something, the officers will do it. But if the political will is to kick the can down the road, then of course as officers, and I serve as an officer in another authority, we'll just delay and delay and delay because that's the way bureaucracy operates. And you know, Philip, I'm not going to have a go at Philip at all, but 12 months ago the council made a resolution, 12 months we're still at square one, nothing's happened. So Chairman, make a bold decision tonight, to make an actual decision so these people can go away and know what decision we're making, rather than saying let's have a secret inner circle meeting of 5 people, and those 5 people may not make a decision, but hey ho, the 5th of May has been and gone by then, and we could be back here in 12 months again still saying let's have another 5 and pick on another 5. So I will not support your motion of 5-member working group, because that doesn't achieve anything. If you're not prepared to accept my amendment, and looking at it I don't think you will, I will move an amendment subject to what your comments are, that we make the decision tonight to transfer it to Nelson and Combe Town Council in perpetuity with a clear covenant on that there can never be no development there, no ifs, no buts.
Councillor Corbyn Price.
Right, so going back in time, yes, there definitely was a motion where we all agreed. And then shortly after that, I was contacted by John Lamb at the Lancashire Wildlife Trust. And he said to me, I'd really like to do a sequential seasonal survey of these fields because that hasn't been done for many years. And I'll do it for free. I thought, gosh, what a deal. My goodness. So I wrote to the then Chief Executive saying, actually, you don't have to spend any money on your own consultants because we have been offered this wonderful offer by the credentials offered by Councillor Hurley there, a peerless person from an ecological perspective. So I wrote to him, and I'm looking at Yvonne across the chamber because she knows that this is so. It was declined. And he rang me up, and I argued with him for 40 minutes. And the then coalition refused access to Gib Hill. So the very first meeting that we had when we were newly elected was to make sure that Lancashire Wildlife Trust had the access that they had been denied. So it was important that we got through to the autumn, which I think was the October survey. Then he wrote the results up. And subsequently, he has written to me with some suggestions about how it could be managed. And there are all kinds of ways that something like this can be managed. Something really struck me in his sort of summary, which is that it's suggested by the government that there should be a target of 1 hectare of local nature reserve per 1,000 population. And in Pendle, and I've listened to everything that's been said about children and communities. I am chairman of the trustees of the Co-Youth Action Group, totally am with you on this. Pendle, that would mean that we would need 92 hectares of local nature reserve. I'm not going to ask you to guess what we have currently. I'm going to tell you. It's 15.65 hectares, and that includes Alkincoats Woodland, Ball Grove, Greenfield Road and Monashane Marsh. So if we were to add Gib Hill at a stroke tonight, we would double, but we'd still be far short of the target, we would double the local nature reserve per resident, which would be a wonderful thing, and I think that we should do it. I would like to add to the resolution that Nadine has made to say that what we should be doing as well is writing a vote of thanks to thank John Lamb and to thank the Lancashire Wildlife Trust. And I would disagree with Councillor Iqbal's idea that today we just bundle it up and move it on, because it's clear when he was explaining to me all the mechanisms, all the costs, all the management issues, supposing somebody fell off a path, all of the things that need to be considered. It's not just a quick and easy job, but we do have a template in code. And I think that Kieran here can tell you more about them. I know about them. They're an amazing bunch of people at Alkincoats. And they are mainly volunteers. They minimise the cost for Pendle. They run the woodland with a passion. They keep it open. They engage with the community. They've even built a little pocket park at the top to keep people fit with sort of fitness equipment. And they are now creating a wetland area where Combe is now the place for dragonflies if you want to experience them this summer. So we have a template, but the management of it is yet to be worked out and to be resolved. And I think it has to be right. I don't 1 second believe that this land is worth 20 million or 2 million. I think it's worth 174,000. It's grazing land. It can't be worth more than that because no party is going to pass houses to be built on it. The Conservatives aren't, and I see from your faces that you're not going to either. So only if it's going to have houses on it can it be worth more money. However, 174,000 is still an awful lot of money. I'm looking at Mr. Gibson. He's probably feeling a bit anxious. 174,000 is a lot of money. He's probably thinking, sell it to a farmer, get it done. We need to find the best solution for this land. So it's not a quick thing. I think, however, that there should be the 5 councillors, and they should be working with Hillside Heroes, the town councils, Protect Pendle's Countryside, and most importantly of all, Lancashire Wildlife Trust, because they've been there, seen it, done it. And of course, in Pendle, the Arkencoats people as well. I think there's a great future for this. I am really passionate that we do this. If you look at the schools that back on to this piece of land, we've got Fishermore, we've got Primet, we've got all of these thousands of children, and I have to say many of them are littering on it. If we taught them to value it, we could encompass those children and help them appreciate this wonderful land that we have on their doorstep. So I think the best way forward is to keep it open, to look at all the options that are laid out in this report, to have the 5 councillors, but rather like the Climate Emergency Working Group, pull in the expertise from in our community, the people that are bothered, the people that are passionate, and perhaps drag a few more along with us along the way to find the best possible solution.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I second Councillor Iqbal's proposal on this, his amendment? I would ask if he would also include a request to the Secretary of State to consent to the community asset transfer. And there's various figures, 20 million, 174,000. I don't know how much this land would be valued at, but if the Secretary of State's consent is required to a community asset transfer, the sooner that request is made, the better. And I just reflect on the fact that virtually 12 months ago this resolution was passed, and we don't want another 12 months to go by. This can be taken forward. Councillor Sarah Coburn-Price referred to a coalition. I can't remember any coalition. There was a shared administration. I was the deputy leader of Pendle Council. I was not asked about the survey by the Wildlife Trust. I was no part of any decision on that. So, this accusation that is being levelled is completely inaccurate. Mr. Chairman, I second. I ask Councillor Iqbal if he will accept the request of the Secretary of State to consent to the community asset transfer.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor beat me to it. The other remarks I want to make is in relation to the remarks made by the gentleman around the mental health pandemic. I'm grateful to Councillor Coburn-Price for raising the issue of the hectares required to deal with the matters she stated, because that was the first thing that came to my mind when I read the report, that clearly we don't have enough of these local nature reserves. So if you look at it, if you get rid of the development options, really in my view, and in the view of colleagues who put forward their motion and the amendment, there's really only one option, and that is to have and declare it as a local nature reserve. How that's then managed I don't see why an amalgamation of the comments made by Councillor Corbyn Price can't be dealt with what Councillor Iqbal and Councillor Whipple seconded as an amendment. Nelson Town Council has taken leadership on this issue ever since the resolution of the full council of this council. Councillor Yvonne Tennant has quite rightly pointed out the issue being addressed across all boards, simply because we want to protect this beautiful green belt. We have some of the most beautiful areas in this borough, and they must be protected. And going off the basis of this report, whilst there are a range of options, I think in my view there is really only one option. Hence why I'm more than happy to support Councillor Iqbal and Councillor Whip in their amendment to let's move with some direction, Chairman. Otherwise, we will, as Councillor Whip has said, be here in another 12 months, like some of the other items, discussing how we could have dealt with things better in hindsight, or how staffing requirements have affected the operation. So Chairman, let's have some direction. Let's take this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, can I just please ask that...
I'm really sorry.
Sorry.
If I let you in, I have to let you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm really sorry. Ian?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just coming on a couple of the comments there. I have, since taking post as councillor last year, been working with the Alpine Courts Nature Reserve, and I must concur with what Councillor Corbyn Price was saying. It can't be a rush job, this. Budgets need deciding, the legal positions and mechanisms need understanding before you can sign over the land to a trust or an establishment that will look after it going forwards. The budgets for the Alpine Courts Nature Reserve, which is much smaller, I think we're saying, runs into the tens of thousands of pounds per annum. Granted, they are undertaking major works to create marshlands, put the footpaths in, make it safe, putting the stiles to gates. It's far too rushed of a job to simply say this evening without understanding any of the costs or what needs to be done to hand it over to make that decision this evening. It's very, very clear from all parties that nobody here is going to vote for a house to be built on that land. However, the process and the mechanisms to get us there, to establish the nature reserve, need to be fully understood. That's my experience just since last May, getting a seat in Vivery. It's far more complex than just handing over a nature reserve. And we were very close with these guys, and I've lobbied for them extensively here. Last time I was at this meeting, the council, after understanding the mechanisms, granted them an extension of 9 acres. So going back to a previous point that one of the public speakers made, we certainly do have a track record of sticking to our political election promises. We said we'd prevent houses spreading red line, and we've done so. We can say the same about the playing fields on Barrowford Road. There was a campaign to stop houses spreading across there from the red brick colleges. There was a legal mechanism to understand and get past first. We lobbied, we did it. We handed it over to the use of the sports playing field. So I'm just giving you 2 examples there where you can't rush these jobs. We all want it to be a nature reserve. We can't. I certainly won't be supporting the amendment by Councillor Iqbal, not because I don't want the land to be ultimately in the hands of the people in perpetuity, as we're all asking for, but it is much more complicated process. That's a lot of experience. It's far too easy to make a political statement and throw it in there and say, let's hand it over. On the comments, everything takes time. I don't want to play the political game. It's far too important. I completely agree with all the mental health aspects of Greenland. Unfortunately, I'm one of those guys that lives in one of the new builds near there, so I sound like a bit of a hypocrite, but certainly don't want houses looking out there myself. I very much want the process to be thorough and proper, and I fully support the original motion. The work should be established to do this properly.
Any other speakers? Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, in terms of Councillor Whip asking me to consider what he was moving, I'm happy to accept that, Chairman, but I'm just slightly confused, and maybe you can help me, that you're suggesting that a working group of 5 members be established to do what? Can you just help me to do what?
It's a complicated process and is to consider the options as to which organisation is best suited and best able to look after Gib Hill in the long term, and also to make sure that the correct decision is made, because what you suggested this evening is that we simply make a decision, pass it on to the town councils. There are other interested organisations, for example, Hillside Heroes I didn't mention, you mentioned town council, there's other organisations as well who may be not trying to prejudge what the outcome will be, but there might be other bodies out there who can look after Gib Hill in a better way, and that decision can't be made this evening. We need to think about it properly, we need to go through the proper research. It's not a case of just deciding in one meeting and say yes, let's just transfer it.
Okay, thanks. I didn't really understand what you meant most of the time there, but we've had 12 months to think about it and we've not done any thinking, so it doesn't really inspire me what we're going to do over the next few months. So, Chairman, I'm sticking to my amendment, and I'll give notice to you and to the members of the public that are here that there is a mechanism to call in decisions. I think your original motion, if it is passed, is flawed, and I will be looking to other groups to try and support a calling of this decision.
On what basis?
Well, I don't have to give my basis tonight, do I?
You're saying it's fundamentally flawed? That's up to Councillor Ballard.
Chairman, could I just make the point? The resolution passed on the 25th of March 2021 ended with an instruction to the Chief Executive to report at the earliest opportunity. And here we are, 51 weeks later, and we've got a report in front of us. And you are now proposing to, pardon me saying it, but kick it into the long grass with a working group. We have an opportunity this evening to take things forward, and I think we should do so.
Right. Any speakers?
I think just a final point. It's about the time it takes. As you all know, the Lancashire Wildlife Trust has only just published its report on the 3 surveys that were done throughout 2021. So without that information, it's not possible to make decisions. Don't know what's there until that survey was done, and the guidance that comes from people like them and other interested bodies will show you what is involved. I don't know what Nelson's Town Council budget is like. I do know a bit about what Combe Town Council's budget is like, and the prospect of saying, here you go, get stuck in, here's several tens of thousands each to fund, I think they back away from that one. I don't know whether you would have the Town Council, but that's going to decide separately. However, there are all of those decisions to take place, and until you know the ramifications of all of those, never mind the process with legals, etc., all of that's going to take time and cost money. So do you want to know that before actually making a decision? I think yes, rather than just rush blindly up the hill.
We'll be hearing another year.
Right. Okay, I'm just going to sum up and then we'll go to the vote. There's been accusation that there's going to be these secret meetings. Yeah, this is a working group, all working groups. They're not secret meetings, these are councillors sitting together, coming up with ideas, and then a working group is going to approach the town council, they'll have a meeting with the town council, they'll have a meeting with other interested groups, speak to people who are experts in this area, as has been mentioned. The working group will then be reporting back. They are public meetings, when they report back, just like this will be. It will be a public meeting. I certainly will not be supporting anything that this council does now or in the future. If they are doing things behind closed doors, that is not accepted. That's not how we do things. That's not how I want to do things. Simply say, let's just make a decision and transfer it to the town councils. is, I believe, short-sighted, it's ill-conceived, it's not thought out. You cannot simply make that decision here this evening. You do not simply have all the facts, all the financial information, and what implications our decision will have on the town councils in terms of the finances and in terms of their ability to manage and look after this place. That has to be thought out a bit more thoroughly rather than a rush job. This is unfortunately yet again another instance of politics. Opposition. No, you've made your points. You've made your points. Not hear me out. You've spoken. Please let me finish. Don't interrupt. You've spoken. Let me finish. Constantly this evening, this is another case of opposition for the sake of opposition. We've got an example of something which we all council agree. Do we want to protect Gib Hill? Yes or no? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Why are we sitting there and arguing with each other and just playing silly games without any sense whatsoever? Wasn't it? We've had a point in terms of what has this council been doing. Since May, we moved a resolution. There's been 3 sequential surveys. A lot of the evidence base to protect Gib Hill is within them reports. The previous administration didn't let that happen, delayed it. If you want to talk about time, you're talking about 10 months, 12 months. Between you and Councillor Wick, you've been on the council ever since this Gib Hill issue started, 20 odd years. You've been on the council. You could have sorted it, you could have dealt with it, you could have nailed it. You refused to do it. We are dealing with matters. We're not going to just play politics and say playing politics. We are getting on with things and getting decisions made.
What decision?
We're making the decision tonight.
Absolutely.
The purpose of the resolution is to make it absolutely clear that there is not going to be any housing on this site. That's the first thing. What we're saying is we need to protect Gib Hill forever and a day. How that happens is yet to be determined. We cannot make that decision tonight. We don't have the information. I'm not prepared to sit here and give it to, as Councillor Iqbal is suggesting, to Nelson Combe Town Council when we don't know how they're going to both manage it, how they're going to look after it, what the financial position is, have they got the skills, have they got the ability to do so. And I think there'll be people out there agreeing with what the comments that's been made. I didn't say it that way. But let's look at what's going on around us, and that will open people's eyes. I don't think we're in that position to make that decision this evening. It's been moved and seconded.
You take the amendment first.
Just to add the vote of thanks to John Lamb later while
Yes, we'll do that. We'll take the amendment first. All those in favour of Councillor Iqbal's amendment, please show. All those against? That's defeated. Going back to the main motion, all those in favour, please show. Against? Oh, against it. Okay. So that's carried. Okay. That's fine. So next item, thank you people who are here for Gib Hill. Stay should be waiting for leave if you want to. It's quite late now.
Come back next year.
Come back in 23 years in your case. Did nothing. Wasn't at all.
23 years.
Oh. Getting on making decisions unlike getting on the carry on. You're only halfway through the hearing. Seriously. 15 Okay, councillors, can you have some silence, please? Next item is item 17 on our agendas, which is the Tax and Carriage Unmet Demand Survey.
Chairman, could I propose something? In the light of the revised report that we have, and the recommendation now being that we do carry out such a survey, can I put that on the table in the hope that that will speed matters up?
We have speakers, Councillor.
I know, but if we put it on the table as a proposal, then it may be that speakers would say, oh, that's great, thanks.
You need to clarify with speakers whether they know that.
So do you, yeah, we've got an amended report. Have you seen it, Mr. Hawks?
Yes, I've seen the amended report.
Okay. Do you want to speak? Are you happy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I received the amended report this afternoon, and I thank you to that councillor for pausing this. I think the report speaks for itself. It's something that I've battled with this council for quite some time with, and have seen finally to have found out the legal position that they're in. So that's all I'm going to say on this particular matter. It should have been sorted out earlier, so we didn't get into this position, but it wasn't, and we've got this report, and I'm supporting the new report.
You want the survey to take place, yes? You're happy to see the survey take place?
Yeah.
I'd like to see the survey take place.
That's fine, thank you. We've got another speaker, Mr. Khan. Yes, Mr. Khan. Floor's yours. If you want to speak, you don't have to speak, you don't want to.
What you decided to do the survey for the applicant or not to do it survey for the
To do the survey.
To do the survey, yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Fine.
Everybody's happy there, we go, so.
Have you seen the report? Do you know what it says? no, it's not. I'm being serious because he's a member of the representative, so he needs to be aware of. You might have seen the member report. It's not his fault.
No, I get a phone call. They said they decided to go and do the survey, because somebody ring you from the town all this afternoon.
Okay.
They said there's no going to do anything on that meeting. Don't do survey.
Because previously we were saying no survey, now the report's saying yes, do the survey. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Do you want to say anything? Is that it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Akram.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an ongoing thing, we've done surveys before. Who's going to stand the cost? Is it the trade or the Pendle Council?
Question? That's it? Do we have how much it's going to cost?
We don't have a firm figure. It will be a few thousand. The council would pay that, but inevitably it's a cost on the service, the licensing service, and ultimately it will be reflected in the fees for licenses.
It's a few thousand today, we're saying.
Yeah, probably around 3,000 or 4,000.
Wow.
Councillor Glass, I can't remember who had the hand up first.
I didn't have my hand up.
You do not have it?
Not yet.
Just a point of clarification, really. It's reading this, I'm not sure that the report suggesting that we undertake the survey or another consultation as to whether we undertake the survey. Sorry.
Yeah, I read that we do a consultation with the patent people, but
I'm just a clarification whether we're undertaking the survey or does it need to come back again. I'm not sure whether this is suggesting that we carry on with the survey, which seems that there's a legal precedent that we must do that, or whether we consult the trade as to whether or not we're doing it.
I think it's actually saying do the survey.
Do the survey.
Yes. Speakers? Yeah, more speakers. So are people happy to have the survey?
So who's paying for it is just the question.
Well, the council will pay for it, and ultimately it's going to be the trade who will get the bill. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Bell?
I'm always comfortable, not necessarily agreeing with you, but I mean, I just need a clarification.
No,
I think historically that's what's happened.
Yeah.
Chairman, I've moved the recommendations in the revised report.
Okay. I think my own view would be, people might disagree with me, is this report's totally different to the report we had first. It's landed sometime this afternoon. Some people have seen it, including Mr. Corn, just heard about it. I think it needs to go back to the taxi committee for further discussion. That's what my view is. I don't know if our people will support me on that or not. I don't know what the view is.
Well, again, it's the vagueness of it. I think the officers seem to have undertaken research and found that there is an example of Watford versus Sardar, where council was successfully challenged. I think that's the angle that the officers are coming at. I think another review at committee level is going to have the same outcome, that because there's a legal position already, it should take place. I would suggest that.
Can I just suggest a way forward, rather than referring it back to taxi licence, because as Kieran is saying, that it might not have a resolution there, that we defer this, but we write out to the 71 Hackneys asking whether they would be willing to pay or not. I know in the past they've agreed to pay, but obviously with COVID and what have you, whether they're in that position. And if the report is brought back to this committee, because if it goes to taxi licensing, it then still has to come back here. So bring it straight back here at the next meeting. But in the meantime, the council write to the 71 Hackneys asking whether they'd be willing to pay or not.
I thought that was the intent of the recommendation.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
The 3 says that, sorry, somewhere it says that they ask them to pay. Financial implications, the report says that they pay.
Chair, just to add to the consultation last year included that question, and the trade didn't want to pay for the survey. That's how we got to this position. So they repeated the same question. I suspect the outcome would be the same.
I'm just going to ask a question of Mr. Oakes. Mr. Oakes, are you aware of what the position is of the Hackney trade? Would they be willing to pay for this survey, from your knowledge?
The council is again missing the point here.
Okay.
Right. You've had legal opinion in the report, and that having a survey, even if you don't delimit at the end of it, the only way is by having a survey. And you've been told that, so I don't understand what all the arguments about.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'll go on with what Councillor Iqbal is saying in terms of, rather than going back to the taxi committee, comes straight back here, but we consult, we ask the Hackney Trade 71 drivers if they are prepared to pay for the survey to be done. Did you move it, Councillor? Did you not move it? I'll move it.
I'll move that.
Yeah, move it. I'll second it. Yeah. Okay. So, and then we'll bring it back to this committee once that survey.
Come back to P&R.
Okay. All those in favour? Against? Okay. Okay. That's moved. So the report will be coming back to this committee before. Thank you. Item 18. Again, we've got speakers. Mr. Oakes.
Yes. I think this one will be less easier than the previous one. I can't understand one iota why the council, who says it is public safety on top of the list, we put public safety first. But yet, it refused this in the last licensing meeting. It wasn't a majority. There were some councillors who didn't know the way that it's reported in here. The trade and the attacks on members of the public. If you read the Private Eye Monthly every month, you will see all this. Attacks on women, attacks on drivers. Is it that Pendle Council and the chairman came out with a comment? Well, we're not paying for it. Nobody's asked you to pay for it. I sent a letter into the council listing places that you could apply for funding. There are councils now, members, totally funding this. Anything up to £500 per vehicle. So, I sent a letter in, members, with a list of about 5 or 6 who no doubt fund your outside cameras on the public and the cameras inside the town hall. If you don't pay for them yourselves, then you get funding. Well, these places fund them. And Councillor Hill has said at the last meeting, you're saying no, but doing nothing, which is quite right. You're putting money before safety. You're going to end up putting these things in the long run, because that's what's coming up. And if you are serious about the safety, not only of members of the public and young women and young men, but drivers as well, if you're keen on this, then leave 1.4 in the report, take the places that I give you and approach them places for funding. It's not a matter, councillors. Your family's riding taxes. It's about public safety. Because I'll tell you something, I'm sick today of going and sitting on licensing panels with drivers who have been accused of things. How the hell do I approach that? How the hell do I build a defence? Because there's only 2 or 3 people in that taxi. One of them is the driver, and the first thing that the council asks is, well, why should a complete stranger make a complaint of you? Well, I'm sorry, but I've been 30 odd years in this game, and I can give you hundreds of excuses. It's not about the money, it's about safety, it's about giving that edge of safety. Yes, it'll cause work for the council, because they'll be the data controllers, or the police. It's time, but it is coming.
Thank you.
And I'm surprised at the chairman himself. He's a solicitor. And I'm surprised that he was the one who turned round to me and said, well, we're not paying for it. Never asked you. Perhaps I should. And he threatened to sue him if I put it in the paper. Then to sue me, sorry.
I won't do such a thing to you.
I'll be happy 5 minutes now, Chair.
You have.
Yeah.
Mr. Khan. No? Okay. It's fine. Mr. Akram.
Right, we're moving on to the agenda. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
Etc. And under this within the report, we can
This
discuss.
talks around
Yeah, you can talk about. That's one aspect you can talk about.
What's the recommendation of the taxi licensing? Could you just go through that?
Yes,
please?
I can go that. Mr. Akram, that the vehicle age limits are detailed in section 4.7 of the draft policy is amended to include the following: that there be no age limit at which packing, carriage and private hire vehicles may be licensed. Number 2, that the upper age limit for licence renewal of vehicles manufactured or adapted to allow for wheelchair accessibility be increased from 12 years to 15 years. Number 3, that an upper age limit for licence renewal of electric/Euro 6 vehicles be set at 15 years. And that the upper age limit for licence renewal of all other hacking, carriage and private hire vehicles be increased from 11 to 12 years.
And what about the low age limit?
No lower age limit. No lower age limit.
No lower age limit at all. Alright.
I'll discuss that in taxi.
Thank you very much. I think this recommendation must pass tonight because we've done a lot of messing about in the past and we need to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Akram. Yes, we've got this report before us now, and we've been asked to move the recommendation. So it's as per the age limit which Mr. Akram referred to. At the Tax and Licence Committee, there's also discussion around the CCTV footage, which Mr. Hawkes rightly points out. This report is actually asking us to take that part out. I mean, sorry, I can't let you back in, but I'm okay if people want to leave it in, see if we can get funding, and we can always have a look at it again. If people come to, I'm not precious about that part of it, that's okay with me. There was also some other discussion at the taxi committee around the medical certificates. At the moment, you can only do it through your own GP. I think what the committee agreed was that be extended to include any qualified medical practitioner, subject to the driver providing a summary of the medical history to the medical practitioner. So that was another recommendation which we're being asked to move. And another one was around about suspension of the operator's licence. And related to where a driver, an employee by the practitioner is guilty of unlawful flying for hire, and then it's the operator gets punished. So I think what the taxi licence committee said was that shouldn't be the case, it's being fair on the operator. So I think they were the recommendations, and I will move them. The CCTV cameras part, if people want to leave it in. We can always bring it back to this committee. If, for example, just hear me out, if we apply for it, we don't get the money, and the taxi trade say we're not paying for it, if you seem to say to me they will pay for it, we'll see if that's the case. I doubt it very much. And if they turn around and say we're not paying for it, we can always bring it back and we can look at the policy again. If people want to leave it, they'll take it. I'm comfortable with that. So I will move the recommendation.
Since when has the council been bothered about who's paying what? You make decisions every day of the week.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. We'll have a discussion after the meeting if that's fine.
I'm not discussing anything.
No, just talk. We'll have a cup of tea. So I'll move that recommendation. Do you have a second?
I'll second it, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker, Councillor.
Chairman, I was at the taxi licensing meeting when there was a detailed discussion in terms of the age limit. But just in terms of, I think with the easier point of the CCTV, I think as part of a recommendation whether you would accept something along the lines of the council supports installation of CCTV in taxis and lobbies via the LGA, the Local Government Association, to government for pilot funding to Pendle to protect passengers and drivers.
Just want to seek advice. Is there such funding? There might be other organisations that have funding, but whether it's going to be directly from
that's why I've said via the LGA, because they will be best placed to have an umbrella organisation over all councils, so they'll know where the council has got money from.
Yeah, fine with that. We can try and get funding if we can. Yeah.
Okay, moving on to the, in terms of the other recommendations about the medicals and the operating issues, I'm happy to support that tax licensing. The issues around the age limit. Chairman, in terms of the age limits, at the moment what is proposed is, I think, a mixture So, in terms of the lower age limit, you're saying you remove that completely. In terms of the disabled wheelchair accessibility ones, you're saying that would increase from 12 to 15. And then in terms of the normal cars, what you or I would deem as, or the colleague would, 11 to 12. I'm just a bit unsure what this upper age limit for licensing of electric Euro 6 vehicles is set at 15 is. And I know Councillor Aslam spoke on this at tax license. I'm just wondering whether he can elaborate what is meant by electric Euro 6 from that end, because I'm no car expert. So if through you, I mean, he's present at the meeting, whether you'd allow him to, because if you remember, he spoke.
I don't think Councillor Aslam needs to explain. I think you're fully aware of what it is. We had this discussion at the tax license.
So what's a Euro 6?
Low emission.
Yeah, so I think we've had this. It's
okay.
Fine. You made that point at the
So, Chairman, the points that I made at taxi licensing were that the council has previously had an age limit, an upper age limit of 11 years, and the trade will be the first to pick up, and Mr. Akram and Mr. Oxley and Mr. Carner here, that in terms of spot checks and MOTs, there's been an improvement from the trade, but not to the level that the council has wanted. And I know the current mayor, who wasn't at taxi licensing, has always had a bee in his bonnet about car failure rates, and on simple things like bald tyres. And if it was up to him, I think there'd be a much more stricter regime in place. But as I suggested at the taxi licensing meeting that wasn't accepted, Chairman, I'm going to move that again. That I think age is now just a number. That what's the difference between a 12-year-old taxi and a 13-year-old one, for example? If you look at the number of hackneys, for example, that we've got, and Mr. Oakes and Mr. Akram and Mr. Conn will confirm this, that most of the hackneys are one-man drivers, and virtually all the hackneys, when they come to spot checks or MOTs, pass, hardly ever fail on spot checks, and I've got the records here for the last 3 or 4 years. There's an issue with private hire, and we know what the issue is as a council, and I think the trade have got to accept some responsibility. But I think what's good to work in Preston, in Blackburn, in Ribble Valley, in other councils across the northwest is something that we should consider, because we've just gone through two years of a pandemic. Everybody reads in the newspapers. I mean, the cost of living crisis linked to the fuel costs is astronomical. I mean, I know you drive a simple car, and the cost of fuel, no doubt, has increased significantly, but yet the taxi fares haven't to reflect that, and that's down to the trade to sort out. We can only limit what goes on in terms of hackneys. But I still am of the view that if somebody is looking after their taxi, fundamentally their safety is the priority, and if they're looking after their taxi and at 12 years we say as a council that taxi is out, I think that's unfair on somebody compared to somebody who brings a taxi in at say 5 years and every spot check and every MOT it is failing. As a council we have no deterrent in place. So what I'm proposing, Chairman, is that in terms of the age limit, instead of having a separate one at 12 years for hackney carriages and private hire vehicles, that is also increased to 15 years to accept a commonality amongst all the trade then, that it's 15 years, but be clear to the trade that, and this is my personal view, and I know some members of the trade may disagree with this, but if a taxi is persistently failing its safety checks and persistently failing its MOTs, there has to be some deterrent put in place. And my view is that if any taxi below the age of 7 years has a 6-monthly test, if it fails its 6-monthly test, it goes to a 4-monthly test. But any vehicle between the age of 7 and 15 years goes on a 4-monthly test. And if it fails 2 of those 4-monthly tests in 12 months on major faults, which can be determined with the trade, that car should never be licensed again in Pendle. Not only does that protect the driver who's driving that car for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, but fundamentally it protects the passengers that are in that car. And I think the trade need to accept some responsibility, that if they look after the car, the council will work with them. If they don't look after the car, then the council has a duty and responsibility to passengers and the safety of the public. But I think rather than having a split system of ages that confuses people at the best of times, including councillors, I think you will have one age limit, upper age limit of 15 years, and the hope is there for drivers. If they look after the car, they can drive it until it's 15 years, and then at 15 it retires. And I think that's the way forward. So I've moved that as an amendment in terms of that particular aspect.
Any speakers? Councillor Whip?
Thank you, Chairman. I think our group would be hesitant about increasing the age limits for the safety reasons that have been mentioned. I think what Councillor Iqbal is suggesting in terms of the regular checks and tests has some merit, and if we can write into the policies that vehicles over the age of 7 years should have not quarterly tests, 4 monthly tests, I think that would offer some protection. So I'm leaning towards that aspect of what Councillor Iqbal is suggesting. But I want to go back to the CCTV, because we are tonight reviewing the policies, the local policies, and either we include within the local policies a requirement for CCTV or we don't. Now, I think what's been suggested is that we look at whether we can afford one way or another to put CCTV in, and if there is a way of doing it, we have a further amendment to the policies. But I'd like some clarity on exactly how we're going forward on that aspect, because I do think that CCTV is paramount for safety, both for passengers and for drivers.
Thank you. In terms of the first point, are you supporting Councillor Iqbal's in terms of the age limit that was mentioned by the checks, 4 monthly checks? Are you also supporting part of the motion was about increasing?
I would support the 4 monthly checks, and if we're going to have those more regular checks, then I think I could live with the age limit increase.
Regarding the second point about the CCTV and the cost of it, you'll be clear, the council isn't in a financial position, let's be honest, the council isn't in a financial position to pay for CCTV cameras. We can try and get funding from elsewhere. If we can get that funding, we could implement it. That, I think, needs to be discussed with the trade. I don't think any discussions need to have taken place, because if the tax trade then say we're not paying for it, we can't get the funding, then where does that leave us in terms of policy?
So, Chairman, is the proposal on the table that we explore the opportunities to fund CCTV and have a further review of policy if it turns out that it can be afforded one way or another?
Yeah, we can do it that way.
Okay.
Rather than put it in the policy and then having to check it out.
Yeah. All I would say, Chairman, and I do chair the Community Safety Partnership, is we do need to consider the cost, and I don't necessarily mean a financial cost, but we do need to consider the cost of not having the CCTV and the added protection and safety that provides within the environment of the taxi trade.
Yeah, I agree with the point in terms of safety. It's not just about the financial aspect of it, it is about public safety. That's paramount, that's to come first. Having said that, the financial implications for this council need to be considered. We know where we are in terms of finances, we're all aware of it, and we have to be realistic at the same time. So I think as part of the budget working group, obviously in the first instance we try and get external funding if we can. If we can't, then the budget working group can look at this aspect and see what the financial implications are for this council and how much it's going to cost. And then it will be for the members to decide whether the council is in a position to pay for the CCTV or not. And I think that's a decision for the future.
Sure. Can I suggest, just in terms of that, I mean, I said that we approached the idea, but I think as Lancashire leaders, whether you'd put it on the agenda for a discussion there, because it's not just a problem in Pendle, certainly it's a problem in other boroughs as well, and it's a united effort. I mean, you remember the taxi screen pilots that we got funding for, that was on a Lancashire-wide basis. I just think there'll be more power if Lancashire leaders, and I'm sure they would do, so if you take that...
I'm willing to see why, but yeah, just to try and get this moved along, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So did you have one?
Supplementary, I guess. The last committee meeting, the CCTV, we discussed it was agreed that it would be under continuous review as to whether funding could be sourced either council, external funding, or the taxi trade. At any point we want to fund that. I agree with Councillor Paul's suggestion to include it to canvass the LGA. No issue with that. Just to the benefit of the members, the idea of the further point there regarding electric and Euro 6, the purpose of that was to encourage the trade to purchase the much more expensive but cleaner vehicles, which is why that was agreed to have an increased agent on there. It was to encourage the trade to purchase the green, cleaner vehicles. So just a clarity there. A couple of questions as to why we've done that, or why we're suggesting that. Yeah. Any other questions? I'll try and answer.
So we've got an amendment on the table. Did you have an amendment?
I did. So it's a 15-year across the board, but any vehicles older than 7 go to a 4-monthly test.
Yeah. All those in favour of Councillor Isbell's amendment, please show. All those against? So the amendment is defeated, so we're going back to the original motion. So all those in favour, please show. Against? Okay, so the motion is carried. Next, the taxi trade, you free to go should you wish, you can stay if you want. Fine. Okay. It's finished, so you can go if you want. Yeah, right, okay, next item. Can we right, okay, we'll move on to item 19 now we've got is enforcement of public space protection orders. So we've got a number of speakers on this one. We've got 7 speakers. 8, sorry. First speaker is Pete Constant.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is disappointing to be here again. Sorry.
Pete Constant.
Peter who?
Pete Constant.
Sorry. I missed it.
Sorry.
So, yes, although there are very, very many reasons I have to doubt the legalities and certainly the morals around this concern, I'm acutely aware and I do not have the time to discuss them all. I will, however, say that I have gained legal support and we intend to collaborate all the information from as many of the countless people who have had similar experience with this organisation, and we'll be pursuing that collectively. Aside the passive-aggressive bullying manner in which this organisation conduct themselves, the system is clearly made as difficult as is possible to appeal, leaving these bullies to know that they can act exactly how they want to. Yes, they think they're clever, but any behavioural analyst will tell you exactly their intentions and their objectives. With the obvious sneaky tactics around implementing this law, such as the intentionally illegible signs and many other contributing factors, it appears clear what is going on here. Having said that, my main concern here is the community's mental health. As I said before, I'm on a board at York University that gathers biannually with academics and professionals high up in all of the major mental health industry organisations. I will be seeking their input and support for this, and I've already requested it be on the agenda for our next conference. Because this is happening, I believe, throughout different councils across the country with the same organisation. A main function and purpose for these spaces is for the community's emotional well-being. These kinds of interaction are extremely detrimental to that. With my 20 years plus of supporting vulnerable people and working in mental health, I'm acutely aware of the implications of this. It is very likely that this conducted in this manner could well push many people over the edge, and I strongly believe you are playing with fire that will come back to burn you severely. This will only be amplified extremely if said person is aware that the council have full knowledge of this and they are led to believe they don't have the support of their local authorities, but they are actively promoting and supporting this kind of conduct. It is an obvious assumption that the community will be drawn to if these vile people are purposely targeting vulnerable people in these specific areas, especially if the council are not immediately seen to be standing up to this alongside our community. Not only completely reconsidering who's delivering this, but investigating it and reprimanding fairly where needed. Anything else would be seen as collaborating. I'm not disputing the need to clean our community spaces and keep them safe and healthy, but that is in no way what this company are achieving or even aiming to achieve. It is solely financially driven with zero intention around health and safety. As the evidence we have that will show any of the figures suggesting they are achieving the targets are fraudulent. As one of the councillors mentioned earlier, we had three of the cases that were for picking up dog poo. I can vouch 100% that one of those cases is fraudulent because it was me. I was pulled for not having my dog on a lead, and then I received some correspondence through the phone, my fixed penalty notice for not picking up after my dog poo. Initially I thought this was incompetent, but it turns out that this is not a singular case, and it seems like this organisation are purposefully making up these numbers and knowing full well that these people, that when they go to solicitors, are advised not to do anything but pay the £100 fine or whatever the fine is, else it will cost them over £1,000 to take it to court, so they don't even argue that it is whether it was a dog lead or a dog lead or whatever. And these people are specifically waiting in areas, not patrolling areas. They've got no intention. The fact that our council feels that this can be outsourced successfully is preposterous.
Mr. Constant, I'm really sorry, 5 minutes are up. Can you sum up, please?
Yeah, probably not, no. Right, sorry.
Pete Smith, the next speaker.
It is disappointing to be here again representing the volunteer group Pick Up for Pendle, fighting against further cuts with the war on litter and fly tipping. In our opinion, we need more investment, not less, to combat this huge problem that is the wanton abuse with litter and fly. Also, we need to be pooling our resources, council, waste services, enforcement and the volunteer sector, working together to build better relations and hopefully achieving with each other and residents better efficiency with the problem. Using this serious problem as a political issue would be completely irresponsible. It is obvious to us from the evidence of the litter, mostly drink and takeaways, stems from the younger generation, 20 to 30 years old in our society, of all ethnic groups, driving around our borough and literally throwing down anywhere they fancy, in the comfortable belief there will be no comeback. Pick Up for Pendle have local experience to suggest areas in Pendle to concentrate surveillance and would like to see cameras installed at strategic sites. Professional and volunteers need encouragement and support in their collective endeavours. Education and appealing to people's better nature is all very well to a point, but the majority of these offenders have been through education and should all know better, Enforcement is all some people understand, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker we have is Sue Fairweather.
Hello. I only found out about this yesterday, so I'm not terribly cohesive, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, I work with Peter, so obviously I'm in full agreement that we do need to have some kind of enforcement, especially since after COVID and lockdowns, the behaviour has become even worse. I'm sure you're all aware that the amount of litter that's being thrown has become incredible, and it's blighting the whole area. But having had now quite a bit of experience of our environment officers, all I can say is that on my first occasion, I didn't know we had any environment officers. We were litter picking, and 3 guys sat in a car for about half an hour and watched us. And then one of them wandered over and said, "What are you doing?" Well, you know, we're picking up litter. It was fairly obvious. "Oh, well done." And then he went back to his car to tell his mates what we were doing. Pristine uniforms, nice car, they're sat there. I think they're just looking for easy targets. When you see that 92% of all the fines have been for cigarette-related incidents, and for the majority of us, that isn't the major thing that we see with litter. We're seeing it on the roadsides, we're seeing the cans and the takeaways and the bottles just thrown out willy-nilly. Kids coming out of school, young people driving around in their Zoom cars with the big exhausts on, making all the noise at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, zooming up and down all the crunchy roads and tossing out whatever's in the car. There's a complete lack of respect for this country, for the countryside, for the people that live here. That's all I can say. And did I want to say anything else? Well, you know, we've got lots of people here who are talking about our Pendle and our future. How grim does our future look if you're looking at the roads when you're driving into the area? It looks pretty sad. So we do need some kind of enforcement, but maybe not what we've got at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next we've got Mr. Andrew Hall.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Andrew. I'm a resident of Lancashire region. Apart from misspelling the forces, I've lived here all my life. Just bear with me, I've got 5 minutes reading here, I'll try and cut it down. I watched a meeting of Pendle Council on the 21st of February this month, following seeing or getting interested in it because of a Facebook post by a disgruntled constituent. I watched that, and despite a detailed and comprehensive argument given by one of the councillors on that particular meeting, and also a petition I believe was presented from 182 residents, it was voted in again, or district enforcement voted in again. So, following that, I posted my own knowledge and experience onto my local Facebook page. On this post I was challenged by a group member, who I later found out was a councillor supportive of this business model. Along with directly criticising me, the councillor in question stated many things justifying the practice, including the perceived benefits of the system. These included costs and several other things. I'd like to pick up one of them things, if that's okay. She claimed the council has a very impressive back office system regarding any complaints. There is a paragraph regarding the complaints procedure in the guidance issued by the government to councils which states that if the enforcing authority operates a process for alleged offenders to dispute their liability for the offence to which the fixed penalty relates, the fixed penalty notice should also include instructions on how to use that process, including how, when and where to send relevant information, what happens if the dispute is successful, what happens if the dispute is rejected and the offender doesn't pay, and finally how to complain. I have a copy of a fixed penalty notice given to me by someone that was issued on the 2nd of March, which contains no such details, not so much as an email or a phone number to ring. And in this particular instance, it left the recipient obviously knowing what other option he's got. How many complaints or feedback will be presented to this council making decisions about this district enforcement with that sort of information? The second thing on that brief document that I read last night, Elected members and unauthorised staff should not play any part in deciding the outcome of individual challenges or representations. Again, easily accessible and in the public domain are Facebook posts written by councillors sat here tonight, both having discussions with constituents or myself talking about them reviewing footage from CCTV cameras used by enforcement operatives. This clearly demonstrates a failure by the authorising authority in managing such operations. The document in question clearly states the actions of the outsourced companies are the direct responsibility of the authorising authority, in this case Pendle Council. I've lifted above direct breaches of the relevant guidance found in an evening by someone with no experience or training in such matters. And furthermore, I've referenced only direct conversations taken from councillors on Facebook posts and challenging against the guidance councillors are expected to follow. I have not mentioned the near palpable anger and resentment towards enforcement of this nature, readily available by speaking to constituents or looking at complaints over social media. For council members to rely on a barely existent complaint procedure for feedback, one that is against government's own guidance, is simply not acceptable and leaves me in no doubt that much of the resistance towards enforcement lies with the council authorising these enforcement officers. I'll just put it there. I'll just finish with, I absolutely agree that littering is wrong. I have no problem in proportionate enforcement. How can I expect, however, an outsourced company with a history and reputation of poor practice, including bullying and intimidation, to influence constituents' behaviour and encourage them to be more responsible when our own council seems unable or unwilling to follow the guidance set up to assist it? And I'm really sorry, because I jumped forward, I actually missed out the guidance I'm talking about. It's on the government website and it's referred to, its name is the Effective Enforcement Code for Practice and Litter Refuse. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Angela Peddington.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to talk about this. On the 25th of February, I was in Allencote Park, and I just did my normal 10,000 steps that I do every day, my physician has told me to do. I have mental health problems and physical problems which I need to do this 10,000 steps every day. And for that reason I use these parks and the towpath quite regularly. One of these days, on the 25th of February, I'm coming back with my dog on the lead, and I'm coming to my back of my car, which was parked on the green, just by the green. It wasn't actually parked in the car park. And as I'm putting my dog in on the ramp, getting into the back of my car and putting him in the cage, this young man comes along in a black shirt. He's asking me my name and my address, and I said, well, what is this all about? He says, do you know about the new law? And I says, no, what new law is this? Do you know where you're supposed to be walking your dog on the lead? And I says, well, as far as I know, you're not supposed to be going on where children are, or children playing. You're not supposed to take your dog there. I've been going there for 25 years and I've had no problem whatsoever. I don't use that because I don't have small children. I'm just going basically to walk the dog. So I said to him, I said, well, why does it say that? And he says, well, there's a sign up there. It's an A4 size thing with the map of the whole park. And on that thing, there's an area of pink where you're not supposed to go with your dog. And there's an area of green where you're supposed to have your dog. And right in the middle, you'll not be able to see it without a magnifying glass, is a slight sliver of pink. So I'm looking at it like this, I'm having to go like that, I can't see, well, what law are we talking about? And he says, you're not supposed to have a dog on there without a lead. To which I said, well, if you can see, my car is parked up by the grass. My dog has not been on this strip of land. So you've seen me come up, you saw me come up, I watched you coming towards me as I'm putting the dog in the car. You know that I've not actually used this slight sliver of pink land. He says, oh, well, you're probably not aware of the new rules. And I said, well, I am, as far as I know, I've been doing this for 30 years. There's not been any trouble whatsoever of the reason why the dogs need to be on the lead for that 5 foot or so of concrete, which is by the car park, which I actually wasn't on. I was by the grass, so my dog didn't actually go on there. So I tried to reason with him. I said, look, in actual fact, as you can see, my car is not parked in the sliver of pink where you're not supposed to walk your dog. And you've seen me actually put the dog in the car. The dog's not put a paw on the actual concrete where you're telling me that I'm not supposed to walk the dog. So, and everything's fine. He's coming up to me and I'm putting my ramp away, you know, and trying to talk to him. And now I'm getting anxious. I have an anxiety disorder, and I started like a panic attack started coming because I felt threatened by this man and he wouldn't leave me alone. And I tried to explain to him, look, you can see, basically, you've seen me doing this and I haven't done anything wrong. And he says, oh, well, it's just a law, and don't worry about it. Just give me your name and address, and I'll send you a warning. So your council will send you a warning so you know whereabouts you're able to, you know, have the dog. So, you know, I'm kind of, so I've given him my name, and I've given me address, and I'm not really happy about this because I was scammed 2 months ago of all my pension. So I'm very, very, you know, upset about young men coming up to me and asking me my personal information to start with. So while he's doing this, I'm having a bit of a panic attack. I can't find my key now. My key's disappeared for the car, so I can't even run. So the guy's constantly at me all the time. Well, I need your what is your birthday? I said, look, I'm not giving you any more information. I'm not giving you my birthday.
Angela, I'm really sorry about the 5 minutes up. Can you sum up, please, if you don't mind?
This needs to be stopped. This needs to be stopped. You can't just have people who have no idea how to treat people, going into people and accusing them of doing something that they haven't done.
Personal information fraudulently.
And he lied to me by getting my information. Can I tell you, it's really caused me an awful lot of concern. So much I've been in touch with the Labour Party. Labour Party's told me basically who I need to speak to. I've wrote a letter to Nadeem Ahmed. I've not got any reply whatsoever. Right. Well, you probably know my letter. I sent it to you. Okay. I've got it. You've not got in touch with me. In the meantime, I find out it's not you. It's Sarah Cockburn, right, who says that she's not going to do anything about this because she's getting money. And I can say to you right now, I would like to pay £150 so I don't have to come here and have like an anxiety disorder, so I can explain to you that I've done nothing wrong.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Kelly Stoddart.
Thank you. Is it Pendle Council Policy to target and discriminate against responsible dog owners? We feel penalised not only are we being excluded from exercise in our parks, being provided with unfit off-lead facilities, but a long-established agility facility which provides a safe space for dogs to exercise in line with their well-being needs has now been unfairly served with an eviction notice. The current licensing, together with family and volunteers, cleared the wasteland in 2017 and have since paid rent on time, had no complaints and maintained the site. She uses the site 4 to 5 times a week, apart from during the government lockdowns. Following our own research in June 2020, we discovered council meetings had been going on behind closed doors and false accusations made saying the lands are no longer used. No consultation or fact-finding took place. This is not democratic or transparent. The land was to be transferred to Salford Parish Council for allotment use, and as previous speakers tonight have agreed, are very important. However, this land is next to the canal. Below canal level, the soil is clay, often floods, and it's at least 400 yards from the nearest car park. It's definitely not suitable for the proposed use.
Sorry, which? So we're talking about public space protection orders?
Can I just finish, please?
Yeah.
As you are responsible for resources, are you going to support Salford Parish Council to misuse grant money to set up allotments in the totally unusual area, setting up residents to fail and further alienate the dog owning community? Before you say this is not relevant to this issue, it absolutely is. As the public space protection orders are already unpopular, and the current petition started only today, which at this time stands for 150 signatures, shows that this is relevant and important to not only the dog owning community, but to the Salford residents who have not been made aware that this site is a proposed site for their apartments. surely it's better to have well-trained, healthy dogs that are a joy to everyone, rather than being deprived dog owners of yet another space to exercise their dogs and meet their health, well-being and mental health needs. And I've done this. I've had to come here because we've been blocked at every other meeting. We can't get on any agenda, and it is relevant to the dog owning community.
Next speaker we've got is Elizabeth Taylor.
Hi, yeah, that's me again. I'll stay seated if that's okay, because it's less nerve-wracking. So, if I asked you the question, what's the most common form of plastic pollution, you'd probably say plastic bottles, plastic bags, straws. But actually, the most common form of plastic pollution is cigarette butts, which are made of cellulose acetate, a human-made plastic, which are commonly found inside dead sea birds, sea turtles, fish and dolphins. But the plastic is the least of our problems, because these cigarette butts also contain heavy metals, toxic chemicals and carcinogens, which do even more damage to every living organism they come into contact with for far longer than the 10 years that it takes the cellulose acetate to biodegrade. And they don't have to actually be in water if you're thinking, well, what's shown about people just drop them on the pavement, because they leach into watercourses via runoff. And many studies show that these substances are in fresh water and in fish species and via the food chain, us. So I was absolutely horrified on Tuesday to hear a Colne Town councillor belittling the enforcement team for issuing more fines for dropping cigarette butts than anything else. I know I'm going to be unpopular, but having done the research, I applaud them for doing it. But I am horrified by the distressing stories that I've read on social media about this team. And I was prepared to weigh in with my disgusted waterside hat and my keyboard, but I decided, no, you talk history for 30 years. For 30 years you've been telling kids that there's always more than one side of every story, that eyewitness accounts are quite often unreliable for lots and lots of different reasons, and that people should really look at every side of an argument before they make a judgment. So I decided to do some research, and the first thing I researched was, are they really targeting elderly, vulnerable people? And I accept that there are people here today who are vulnerable, who have been targeted, but the statistics show that it's 69.47% of the people who have had fixed penalty notices are men, and most of them are between the ages of 20 to 40 years old. Well, those facts don't seem to back up what I'm hearing. So I did some more research and I found that it is possible for a councillor to view the CCTV, or sorry, the personal camera footage of anybody who's had a fixed penalty notice. I know one councillor who does this religiously. Half the time, I've been told, people refuse when they're offered the chance of this person doing that for them. The other half of the time, to date, I'm afraid that it seems that when you get the whole story, rather than just one side, things sometimes look rather different. And I say to date, because both this councillor and myself are absolutely sure that members of this team have acted inappropriately. Unfortunately, according to this councillor, who I trust absolutely, the footage that this person has looked at today has not provided evidence of that. So in summary, litter is a massive problem. Cigarette butts are small, but they're more deadly than plastic bottles, crisp packets, and tins, and all the other things that are much more ugly and much more visible.
Can you be
I'm just lying here.
Please, can you just listen to people's views? You might not agree with it.
If you get rid of the enforcement team, then something is going to have to replace it. And if you want to get rid of them, that's absolutely fine, and I can hear that there are lots of people who'd like to do that. But this problem isn't going to go away on its own. So you're either going to have to get another company company that does generate income and will just as likely cause as much consternation as this one has, or you're going to have to go for an option that costs the council money, which is fine, but that also has implications. And it seems to me that it would be better to, via the system of sending out letters to people who receive these notices, to make them aware that councillors can view this footage. The council is here to commit to spending the time to doing that, and if both the enforcement team and people were aware that that was happening, then maybe it will help to moderate the behaviour of these people if they're stepping out of line, and make everybody think more carefully and be more self-conscious about their actions, more self-aware. And I absolutely accept that what I said is unpopular, but like I said, there is always more than one way of looking at things.
Thank you. Next person we've got down is, we've got Councillor Purcell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll sit down as I've got a poor leg at the moment, but I'm here on behalf of the dog walkers, West Craven, around Victory Park. I was inundated with emails, phone calls regarding these two officers that approach members of the public in a nasty, well, it's a nasty manner as far as I'm concerned. One was a lady, she walked down Greenfield, she's done this for many, many years, she goes down Greenfield Lane and then takes the small, what we call the bridge and onto the park. No signs are on that saying when you go there. She goes over the bridge, when she's gone over the bridge, she continues up to where we call the rugby pitch. She was then followed by one of these enforcement officers with a black face mask on, all in black, and she just shouted out, "Excuse me," so she would turn around and she felt threatened. I mean, in this day and age, we all are threatened, those ladies. You've only had to see what's happening in parks and what have you. You've seen the police. You can't trust anybody today as far as if they cover the face. Anyway, he carried on at her and she felt threatened. She went home, she rang me up, and she says, "I'll never go in that park again." And she has not gone in that park. She did get a fixed penalty fine, but I told her to write and appeal for it. She did get off. Another gentleman, same thing. He goes the other way, he comes down Greenfield from off the new housing estates, carries on, goes over the bridge, same thing happens to him, but he on the other side of taking pictures. He has no sign on any some of these entrances. Also, one sign in that park, it's on the pavilion, you can't see it, it gives the that side. The other side is on the one of the play areas fence there, but I do feel where these gentlemen have been harassing the dog walkers on Victory Park. I mean, we have a dog run, but you're only allowed to put one dog in there. You can't get more than one dog in. If you put two dogs in, you're going to have a nice but there does need to be somebody on this council looking into who they employ. And such as these sort of people, these enforcers, I don't know who they were, they were employed, but I've heard that they're not a nice company to be employing. And I would say that Barnoldswick Town Council and this council will look somewhere where these dog walkers can have a better walk. I mean, Paisley Bridge, they fenced all around one area so that more dogs can use it. I mean, we've got plenty of area around there, but to start, making them out. They felt like criminals, did these residents in Barnoldswick. One lady had a panic attack, and because of his leg, he went for her. And I'm sure Councillor you've had the emails and phone calls. I've met with the residents as well. They asked if I could meet with something. I've met them, and I'm not joking. I was near to tears when I see the way they handled those ladies. They didn't seem to handle as many men, but it seemed to go for the ladies more than the men. And I think there should be a new law. I mean, that park was gifted by the Tempest many, many years ago. That was, I think, the Second World War for a lot of space. And Dog users are supposed to be able to go and use their park. I mean, everybody else uses park, but they don't get penalised, but the dog walkers get penalised. So I wish this council would take it on board and find another company, or the council takes it over themselves like they had before.
Thank you, Devin. Jonathan?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Going back to the litter and listening to the people from Pick Up for Pendle, who were quite right in what they were saying about irresponsible people just throwing litter out of the cars and kids throwing litter and one thing and another. But we have to remember, or we have to think about the children that do it right. They never get the recognition that they do it right. I've got 4 grandchildren and their pockets are always full of rubbish. They would not dream of throwing rubbish about. And there are a lot of kids like that. They're very conscious about that. So everything that everybody said is absolutely right, but I just wanted to say that some kids do it right.
Thank you. Okay, just thank you to all the speakers. You've all made your points and made them really well, whichever side of the debate you're on. But clearly, this report this evening is for information only. The reason we're having this report is because there's a petition handed in at full council, and the decision regarding district enforcement is going to be made at the May's meeting once we've got all the information, and a full review of the district enforcement is taking place at the moment, and it's going to be discussed in due course, like I said, in the May's Policy Resources Committee meeting. Just in terms of the points that made, I mean, clearly in my view, in terms of the points about education and enforcement, I think both go hand in hand. It's not a case of possibly just having education and not enforcement, and vice versa. You need both. In terms of comments which are being made about officers, district enforcement officers, I totally accept if any officer has behaved in an inappropriate way, that is totally unacceptable. No councillor will stand for such behaviour. And that is part of the review and part of the contract that we're looking at the moment. And that will be one of the issues which you've all made as residents, people are concerned, and that is what is going to be considered as part of district enforcement going forward. The point was made by, I think, Conor, the gentleman made a point about they were voted in again in terms of district enforcement. They wasn't voted in again, they've got a contract with the council, and this was referring to the full council meeting. They weren't voted in, they've had a contract for some time, and now we're in the course of looking at that contract, which is going to be due for renewal. The second point, which I totally disagree and will not accept, is any councillor saying the justification of district enforcement is making money. I don't know any councillor who has said that, and I don't think any councillor will say that. And I've received a letter saying I've supposedly said this, that we only do this because it makes money for the council. I've not said it, and I challenge anybody to speak up if they feel I've said such a thing, to challenge me in public. I've not said any such thing.
So why do you use an external company then?
Yeah, in terms of you've had a comment about the debate being blocked. This has been consulted upon. It's gone to area committees, local councillors in each area have been involved in enforcement of public space protection orders. There's been consultation, we've been involved with discussions throughout. I accept there is a problem with signs in some parts, which our full council said they will be looked at, and I think they are being looked at as we speak. The one thing which is totally unacceptable is signs being vandalised in park or any park. That will not be accepted. For whatever the reason is, if they're being vandalised by whoever, that is unacceptable. Whether you like district enforcement or not, that is no justification to vandalised property. I will open up to the floor.
Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Chairman, can I just quickly say something? I actually intended not to say anything tonight.
I'm really sorry I didn't answer. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Across the board, there is considerable concern about the way in which district enforcement operate and the impact that that is having. And just picking out some of the words that the speakers have used: aggressive, bullying manner, intimidation, bullying. I think, Mr. Chairman, that this should give all councillors pause for thought. It's 3 weeks ago in this council chamber that some of the councillors here present from the ruling group said that there isn't a problem. I think everyone in this chamber will now accept that there is a very real problem and something that we need to do something about. Pete from Pick Up Pendle said there needs to be more investment, not less, in combating littering. But he pointed out that we've got more littering now than we had before. We've got more littering, even though we've got district enforcement dishing out thousands of fixed penalty notices. And Sue said that behaviour has got worse, and then reflected on these 3 guys sat in a car watching them litter bit. You know, were they waiting for somebody to drop something and then he got fined? I mean, because that's the way they operate. And Angela, Angela, my heart goes out to you, because I think you exemplify a lot of the examples that myself and other councillors, Jennifer referred to some, have had, where they trick people into giving the name and address. You know, they're not saying, we're just giving you a warning, and they trick people. And I have one example where a lady actually fell to the ground and was in tears, and there were 2 of them at her, trying to get her to give her name and address. And if you think that it's acceptable for Pendle Council to employ a company that has operatives that are doing this, well, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be in public office. Andrew talked about the guidance, and I would encourage people to look at that. I've read the guidance since Andrew brought it to my attention. And guidance is guidance is guidance, but very often guidance from government is de facto law, because if you end up in court and you're not following the guidance, then you're in Dickie's Meadow. But one of the things that I would question is whether we actually have 1,000 and 1,400 properly served fixed penalty notices, because they are all deficient as far as I can see. The legal orders that the common seal of the council has been attached to say that people who pay within 14 days of receiving a fixed penalty notice can get a 50% discount. That's in our legal orders, Pendle Council's legal orders. But the fixed penalty notices that are issued to people give no opportunity for that 50% discount. It says something like, if you pay within 0 days, you can pay 0, which is clearly a nonsense. And in full knowledge of the 50% discount that has been agreed by the council, I've been advising people, well, you know, you can pay the 50%, and they've tried to pay the 50%. They've contacted district enforcement. They've attempted to contact district enforcement, and when they have got through, they've been advised, no, it's £100. So, Mr. Chairman, how many thousands of defective fixed penalty notices have been issued, and what liability has this council got in terms of refunding all of those, because they are not legally enforceable? Mr. Chairman, you talked about the signage deficiencies, which is another ground for appeal. You tempered that by saying, oh, well, you know, we're sorting the signage out. And to be honest, I think that's, you know, sticking plaster attempt. This company is bringing Pendle Council, bringing all of us. I'm ashamed of what is happening. They are bringing us into disrepute. We ought not to be using them. And yet 3 weeks ago, the council voted to carry on using them. And obviously, we can't overturn that tonight. But I would put a proposal on the table that, pending the review, which is promised for May, that we suspend district enforcement from undertaking any further activities. And I hear Councillor Purcell muttering her assent to that course of action. She can't second me, but I'm sure that somebody else will. That we actually suspend their operations within Pendle, pending that review in May. That we examine the defective fixed penalty notices with a view to refunding all those people who have been wrongly fined and harassed. And that when we do have a review, that we have a serious look at the impact that this damaging district enforcement is having, not only on the reputation of Pendle Council, but as we have heard from people using our parks. It is having huge detrimental impacts, and it's having no impact whatsoever on the amount of littering or the amount of dog fouling. No. And we've had this, fag ends are littered. Yes, they are. But as I think it was Pete said, that most of the litter is drink and takeaway. Now, I know that for a fact. Councillor Tom Witt, who's behind the camera, knows that for a fact. We've picked miles and miles of roadside verges, and I mean, the most shocking thing is the vodka bottles, where, in the middle of a rural route, you find 12 vodka bottles. Well, what's going on there? Thank you very much. It's frightening, quite frightening. So, Chairman, we are not abiding by the guidance. We've got defective fixed penalty notices. The so-called contract is a service level agreement, which includes within it a 12-month pilot, which may be extended for a further 12-month pilot. Now, I contest whether the 12-month pilot has expired long since, and I do think it has. So I think we're acting ultra vires. Mr. Mosdale does not agree. But I think there is sufficient doubt about the soundness of what is happening. There is more than sufficient evidence of the aggressive, bullying, intimidating way in which they operate for us to suspend their operations. I think the answer to the littering is to inculcate civil pride. All we are doing at the moment is building up resentment. We are building up anti-authoritarian positions. which undermines everything that we want to do. We need to win people's hearts and minds. We don't want to find them in the pocket and actually take out hundreds of thousands of pounds out of the local economy, which should be circulating here rather than being sucked out by a vampire company that is doing no good whatsoever apart from their pursuit of profit and their bank account, because it's not helping Pendle. So I move that we suspend the contract forthwith.
Chairman, first of all, I'm intrigued that on every other item tonight that you, from the chair, have made a number of recommendations, but on this one, you've chosen to keep quiet and not let your contributors contribute. So I can speak. I can say what I want. Can't be dictated to. Chairman, the report said that it's submitted for information only. Now, I've been on the council 23 years, and when I see a white piece of paper, as you've seen on every other item, that's the item for decision. If it's for information, usually it's this colour, not this colour. So I take it with a pinch of salt when you say that it's for information only, because before this meeting, I viewed the council meeting video, where I'd asked the mayor right at the end of that meeting that what he was going to do with the petition, and the mayor said that he would send it to this committee for further consideration. He didn't say he was going to send it for information. So if the mayor is saying that it needs to come to this committee for consideration, then it shouldn't come for information. So I think that needs to be clarified first and foremost. Chairman, can I just ask, I'm not sure whether you'll have the answer to this, but if I can ask Mr Morsdale, that in terms of the fixed penalty that's served on, whether it's on Angela, me, you, Philip, or anybody else in this room or outside, what's the percentage cut between district enforcement and what do the council get, if anything?
Chairman, I can answer that question. District enforcement take all the money that it costs for them to operate the scheme. So it's all their operatives, their management, their overheads and the back office systems. They take all of that, and then anything that is left is split 50-50 between Pendle Council and District Enforcement. And within the service level agreement, it says which dates they will pay any surplus over.
Okay. So just in terms of that, Chairman, the reason I asked that question was, and I'm grateful to Councillor Wick for his assistance, is that our council's name has been tarnished. It's in our name that these people have come. They've not come to attack District Enforcement. They're in effect saying that we're party to what's going on. But, Chairman, the fact is that District Enforcement, there's an issue. There's clearly an issue. And that's why at the full council meeting, when 182 people signed a petition, I mean, I never saw the petition, but obviously it lists what the issues were. If 182 people respond to a consultation that this council carries out, we fly the flag from the town hall thinking 182 people have responded to a consultation, and it's a fantastic response. But a petition was about to be brushed under the carpet by, and I have to be clear, by your party at the last council meeting, had it not been for the intervention of the mayor, thankfully. But in terms of the decision of council, I think that was wrong. And I know the ambassadors of district enforcement, namely Councillor McGladry and Councillor Coleman-Price, are very quiet this evening, and I'd asked them to speak and reiterate what they said at the council meeting to these people that are here tonight. But in terms of terminating the contract, clearly council or your party made a decision on the 24th of February not to do that. You're saying that there'll be a review, ironically, after the elections, but I would be more than glad to second that we suspend the contract until further notice, and then that we actually investigate some of the concerns that have been raised. Because, you know, and I'm going to single her out because she's here. Why should Angela have to go to the stress and trauma of fighting district enforcement when we are here as the elected members? So I'd support Councillor Wick's amendment or motion, whichever way you want to look at it, in terms of suspending the contract until further notice. And then I remember when the contract was granted by your party in 2019, in 2020 I think we sat district enforcement down and said, look, these are the ground rules, you must adhere to them. They adhered to, well, COVID then kicked in sadly, but since then I think they've been on the runaway train once again and need to be reined back in. But I would urge Conservative colleagues tonight to listen to what Councillor Purcell said. She's not a member of my party, she's a member of your party, and she usually talks a lot of common sense, and I think tonight is another example of that. So listen to what Councillor Purcell is telling you. You're hearing it first hand from a local councillor, and support what has been proposed.
Councillor Price.
Thank you. So this is a report that's for information only, which means no vote is going to be taken.
Sorry, Chairman. Sorry, Sarah. Can I just ask a question? Somebody made an allegation that Councillor Corbyn Price was taking money. I think it's important that she sets the record straight on that first. One of the speakers mentioned that.
I don't think she would take anyone there. I don't think she's...
No, I think for the record, Chairman, she needs to... I don't think so she does as well, but I think for Sarah's integrity...
In the last 3 years, I've twice been... there's been allegations by Councillor Whip that I have shares in the company. I actually went on company's house just to reassure myself that I didn't have shares in the company. I do not have shares in the company. Obviously, this is...
Point of personal explanation. Mr Chairman, I have never alleged that Councillor Sarah Corbyn Price has shares in the company. I have said that her defence of the company is so passionate that I thought she must have had shares in the company.
That's the same thing, Councillor Must.
David Bottom for it.
Come on, guys, it's 10:35. Goodness sake.
So, public space protection orders, which are the first 3 parts of this put up, I suppose, survey of 182 people. The 4th part is district enforcement. Yet almost all of this discussion has been about district enforcement. So let's go back to the public space protection orders. I'm looking at Mr. Moosdale. He knows that every single Cone area, Nelson area, Western parishes, they've all had to consult on all of these. And Councillor Goldthorpe has been making passionate defences against waterfalls in Earby, a place I've never been, and how that should be treated differently. So all the councillors have looked at these public space protections, which are in and of themselves just an update of what was there before. It's just the same. It's not changed. So it was just to look at and to tweak. I am not a Barnoldswick councillor, but if you look at Victory Park, there has been a catalogue of vandalism. So, according to our Environmental Services Department, first of all, signs were put up. Then, the signs were unscrewed. Secondly, signs were put up. Then, anti-vandal screws were put in. These were then burnt. So then, different signs were put up with special coatings. These have also been vandalised. Now, these signs are going to be put into metal cages in Victory Park. The vast expense of this, for this council to get the signage right, is a concern. If the councillors for Barnoldswick don't want the public space protection order to apply to Victory Park, all they had to do, just as the Cone councillors did, was intercede. Just as the Earby councillors stop the public space protection order happening in your waterfall area. So that was very, very simply achieved. So going to district enforcement, when the contract was first given, people contacted me. And I am a very susceptible person to listening to what they've got to say. And they contacted me, and quite often they were the husbands, or they were the wives, or they were the friends. But some of the time, they were the people who had the fixed penalty notices. And some of these people were on the phone to me for 2 hours at a time. And I thought, this is terrible. Something must be done. I must do something about this. So I rang up the waste services to find out what it is that I could do. And they said, they actually brought me in for a briefing. They explained the law. They explained how the approach could be made. And they said the moment that the crime has been committed is the moment when the body camera is switched on and the approach is made to the person. So if there's any allegations of bullying, and I felt certain that there had to be, because I heard it from different people, I felt certain, I could write to that person who complained to me and get their written approval to watch that video. And so I started to do this, and I always did it with the technical officer sitting next to me watching. And actually, it was hard to see, because every single video that I saw involved a lot of swearing, and all of that swearing were the people who had been stopped, and they were trying to challenge them to give a fixed penalty notice. And the lady, actually, I have seen this swearing, but I have managed to have rescinded a whole series of fixed penalty notices. And I didn't have to watch the videos because they were easy to do. All disabled people, all people who are at their doctors with mental health issues, all underage people. There was a boy who was 17 who absolutely littered. He was smoking. It was in the last meeting where this was discussed. He absolutely littered. I even saw him litter on the video. But he was under 18, and so that was rescinded. And then this week, we have been copied into correspondence. David Folk wrote to us, very concerned about one of his residents that he knew, and the fixed penalty notice had the wrong information on. It had the wrong information on, and it was rescinded straight away. Another lady contacted me. She'd entered, back to the signage issue, she'd entered the cemetery down by the bottom park. All the signage was up at the top on the entrance to the cemetery. She couldn't have seen the sign. This was quickly solved, relayed, and her fixed penalty notice was rescinded. So let's look at what used to happen before this company did their work. Well, what used to happen was there were Pendle officers who did this job. But realistically, rather like the police worrying about somebody who's been murdered or somebody whose shed's been broken into, they focused on what was the most important. And the most important thing is fly tipping. So the resources that Pendle Council were able to put in for what you consider to be trivial, but I don't consider it to be trivial, throwing a takeaway, putting a cigarette butt on the ground. Councillor Hurley is 100% correct that keep Britain tidy, cigarette butts are their #1 target. And I go and pick up a Pendle, and you know, I'm looking at you, Peter, by number, the biggest number of littered objects is cigarette butts. But by volume, obviously, it's not. By volume, it's probably drinks cartons or wrappers or packaging. But by number, it is all these cigarette butts, and they are being washed into our watercourses, and they are poisoning us all. They are poisoning our seas and our rivers, and it is horrific. And people who stub them out in gutters, that's the worst. They just get washed away into the gutters by the rain. So I watched all these videos, and I still believe that there has to be a time, just like bad service in a shop, just like the road policeman, there has to be a time when somebody has been bullied or threatened. All I can say is, with actual evidence, is despite very compelling stories, most especially from the people who love the people that this has happened to, I have not seen it. And neither have our officers. They have not seen it either. And in fact, in a torrent of swearing, I have seen these officers saying, we have payment terms, and actually sounding, to be honest, a bit pathetic. And certainly not these sort of aggressive, bargy individuals that have been described. The truth seems to be the other way around. I've had people on the phone to me crying because they couldn't afford Christmas. And one lady just said to me, I never drop cigarette butts. And today I did. And I don't know why I did it today. I don't know why, but I did. And I'm kicking myself. I'm gutted. I've been in tears. I can't afford Christmas. But I did it. And then she said, let that be a lesson to me. And one of the Conservative councillors, he was caught. He gave up smoking. So, it's a benefit to him, I suppose. I can only go on what I've seen. I've listened very carefully. I've probably taken more of these calls than any of you, and I've watched all the videos for everybody that has given me a written undertaking to do so. It is noteworthy that some people, when they hear there's a video, don't want me to watch the video. They're happy to put in the complaint, and I always forward the complaint if they've written to me, but they don't want me to watch the video. So we're clear that the vulnerable cannot be preyed on because they are above this and they can always have their fixed penalty notices rescinded. We're clear that there's no decision tonight, but we will be making it again in May. I'm also very clear that it's so important to speak to schools, to speak to people, to use the carrot, but with that there has to be a stick. And the Pendle Council officers, I distracted myself here, the Pendle Council officers focused on the fly tipping. And since district enforcement, they have managed to do 4 times the amount of fly tipping prosecutions than they did before. That is phenomenal. And I beg this council to every single time we have a successful prosecution like this, to let it be known. Because I would like it, having personally pulled a table and 5 dining chairs out of Cone Water, I would like people to know that if you fly tip in Pendle, you're liable to be caught. So that's what the Pendle officers focused on. And they've also told me in the briefing that this council couldn't afford the back office that this company has. It's the software, it's the automation, it's the body cam, it's the vehicles. All of those things could not be afforded by this council. It would be an enormous investment of hundreds of thousands of pounds. So why reinvent the wheel when you have people who have all of this, who do this in other areas very successfully? They do. And in every single area as well, there are these people, these groups, just like there are against business enforcement, business improvement districts, there are these groups, sort of pressure groups, who build pressure to have companies like Kingdom and District Enforcement sacked. And Andrew wrote on Laneshire Bridge Live a load of misinformation. Just like when he started tonight, he said, oh, you voted at the last full council to continue this contract. We didn't vote at all. We didn't vote at all. It just continued on. We did not vote at all. We did not.
You voted twice.
We did not.
Can you please stop shouting? You can stop shouting.
This misinformation has to be counteracted.
What did he vote on?
Oh, sorry.
This misinformation has to be counteracted. And so I posted FAQs. And the FAQs are really clear on what can be done and what can't be done and how things should be done. And it's really, really important that they are done correctly. And it's really, really important that we investigate and don't just take hearsay or listen to pressure groups or listen to people who have set up Facebook pages. We investigate. And that is what I have done.
Please.
What?
You keep disrupting the meeting. Please stop laughing.
What have I done? I'll just leave it forward to the
Stop
chair.
laughing, he said.
That is what I've done. So the final thing that I would say is, yes, there's been an increase in littering, and you can speak to the waste services department, environmental services, and they would say it's increasing. People have been littering more because of COVID. I'm looking at Peter again because they've been going on more walks outside, and they've been cleaning out their sheds and their garages. And unfortunately, our councils had to deal with a tsunami of rubbish, and they have done so superbly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodness sake. Chair, you need to say something about this. It is extremely embarrassing.
You started.
I didn't
You did
start.
not start.
And it's disruptive.
Come on, let's get on with the meeting.
And there's people we can't hear, and he's banging the bench.
Me, banging the head.
Come on.
Bang. You're in the wrong part.
Councillor Aslan, please. Please, come on. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, please. Any other speak? Councillor Aslan.
Thank you, Chairman.
That did certainly wake me up, the banging that is. After listening to some of the harrowing remarks, however, I had to remind myself of where we're living. We championed the slogan of this borough and this locality being a beautiful and wonderful place to live, work and play. It is. Yet, listening to some of the comments clearly from people who've had to unfortunately experience some of the experiences that we're having in some of our open spaces, it's absolutely staggering. And Chairman, can I just ask for your attention just for a moment? I appreciate you've got logistics to deal with as well, but we were hearing about back office remarks about how wonderful, or rather maybe not so wonderful, but how the benefits of dealing with district enforcement was due to the lack of back office from our side and maybe more resources on the side of district enforcement. Chairman, I happened to Google District Enforcement Limited. I don't know if you've done so yourself or members have done so either. Can't find a single positive remark from either members of the public and people who've actually worked for the company. This is one remark. Management non-existent. Head office staff all part-timers. No professionalism. Ticketing on certain sites with no landowner agreement or contract. Do not work for this company. In fact, avoid them like the plague. You know, I want to pick up on some of the remarks that were made by Pick Up for Pendle. The work that's done by Pete and his team is phenomenal. And what's also remarkable is how this company's managed to accumulate somewhere in the region of £180,000 in shareholder funds, give those sort of fundings to groups like this behind us and see the difference that will be made to the borough, or give that sort of money even to the fantastic work that's done by the officers in our environmental health team. Given their resources, the work and the response time they've got is also second to none. I don't see why we're having to deal with a company, after listening to some of these remarks, and why we just sort of unfortunately still trying to fight the battle for them as though, well, with respect, there's been quite a lot of positives, and I can't believe how those positives have come about tonight after hearing some of the first-hand remarks that we've heard here tonight. Chairman, a couple of requests from myself.
They're not first-hand, are they?
With respect,
have you seen?
You've heard the people speak for yourself, Councillor Corbett-Price. Moving forward and for progress, Chairman, I think it's only right that if you are going to carry on with a review of this company, that we do request their own complaints records from district enforcement, and that is disclosed for the benefit of those that are going to be looking at any further review or any further operation with this company. A copy of the current agreement with this company, and hopefully to look at some of the terms around cancellations and suspensions, because I think we've obviously had a missed opportunity, maybe due to some finer print in the agreement that we have with district enforcement. And I think it's really important that is circulated to members to allow members to make an informed decision. This unscrupulous activity must stop. We do live in a locality where we live, work and play in a beautiful environment. Why should we let companies like this come forward and, as Councillor Whip has pointed out, treat us and bring us into disrepute? Chairman, it must stop. I'm happy to support the amendment to suspend their services forthwith. I think after listening to the remarks here tonight, there's absolutely no other choice for us. I appreciate you've said that this item is for information only. I don't see why you can't direct the amendment given what you've heard here tonight, Chairman. Thank you.
Can I just a simple question? Has any other council seen the videos? Anyone believe to see? No?
Which videos?
Of any complaints?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other councillors? No. Councillor Balance. Okay.
That's a question. How many videos have you seen? And were they in response to people writing to you, or what?
The people who are writing me, they ring me, David. So I've seen about a dozen in the last 2 years roughly.
And you sat with an officer at the time, did you?
Yeah.
Which one?
David Walker.
David Walker can't operate the system.
David Walker's the one that sat with me in his office.
That shows us on footage, might be useful.
David Walker can't operate the system.
I've sat with...
Is this an inquisition?
For the point of clarification, I've sat with, and it can be recorded, I've sat with David Walker and the complainant in the same office.
Well,
Chair, we're approaching 11 o'clock. Can we get on with the business, please?
Sorry?
We're approaching 11 p.m.
Yes, I know we are. Yes.
This is not a debate, this is an inquisition.
We've had inquisitions all night.
Of the Spanish one, yeah.
Interesting interruption there. Thank you, Councillor Wick Jr.
Oh.
Now then,
Oh, dear.
can I say something about this then now? So, can I say a little bit about it?
I think I'd put that down as a complaint, actually.
Now,
That's not treating others with respect.
here's a question.
You can cover behind the name, thank you.
How much?
Councillor Wick, can we get to the point?
Councillor Wick is using this as a one-sided argument. There's a lot of comments coming forward from people saying their version of events. I took a call when Sarah was busy at home with a lady who said, I've been given notice, it was awful, it was awful, it was awful, and all the sorts of stories that we've seen in emails and correspondence, etc. So I got Sarah to ring the lady back, because obviously it was another concerned person, and I heard the concern in this lady's voice, and I thought, well, okay, it's worth looking at. And so Sarah said the usual thing is just send me your details, give me permission, give me the notice, etc., and therefore I can have a look at it. She heard nothing. So a lot of these stories are one-sided events. They are backed up by video evidence. If there is video evidence to see, you do not have a sort of kangaroo court where you say, let's suspend this contract immediately, because of course you don't have the evidence. You have part of the evidence. The evidence base has to be built up properly before making lurching decisions yet again. In terms of tonight, it's supposed to set the scene for a proper review when evidence can be gathered. That evidence has to be gathered from the company itself, because of course I think as Councillor Ali pointed out, they must have their own records of complaints or issues or whatever. Fine, let's have a look at those. Let us as a council do our duty with respect to any outsourced contract we have. We review the Liberator contract ad infinitum, we challenge them on KPIs, let's do the same thing with this one. If they're acting on our behalf, with members of the public, let's review it. But let's not have one-sided evidence. Let's not base it on hearsay. There's an awful lot of hearsay going around with this one. That's the problem. What you need to have is actual evidence. And the idea of the 182 people petition, yes, it was a petition just given out, all based on Victory Park. Victory Park seems to be a haven of problems. It really is. And I think that's probably just because the Barnoldswick Council missed the chance to review the PSPO. I sat on Fulridge Parish Council as their borough councillor, went along there, they talked about the cricket pitch, the football pitch, what rules they could put in place, and they proposed changes. Same is true of Cone as well. Barnoldswick just missed the chance to do that. So now it's a hint of smoke and mirrors, and therefore that's one of the reasons why the Victory Park is suddenly
Chairman,
let's
Councillor Coburn-Price and both Councillor Coburn-Price have repeatedly said that Barnoldswick Town Council hasn't taken the opportunity.
Never mentioned Barnoldswick Town Council.
Or Barnoldswick councillors haven't taken the opportunity to ask for the PSPOs to be relaxed. I will ask through you to Mr Morsdale, did Pendle Council receive a request from Barnoldswick councillors, Barnoldswick Town Council, for relaxations of the PSPO restrictions before they were renewed in January? Yes or no?
Sorry, I don't.
Oh, for goodness sake.
No, sorry, I don't know. I'm not directly involved in that, but
right.
You must expect
Chairman, if you go back to the meeting of this committee in January, you will recall that there were requests from Earby and Barnoldswick for changes to the PSPOs. The minutes of this meeting in January show that you voted, the Conservative councillors, to redo the PSPOs, but that there would be a further review as far as the West Craven areas were concerned. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't.
Thank you.
Clear about the day.
So, will you please withdraw these remarks that the Barnoldswick councillors haven't asked for the restrictions to be relaxed, because you are talking a load of rubbish.
Let's not. Please, there. Oh, come on, this is getting silly.
So, Constitution, page 69.
Just to round off.
No, that.
Just to round up, the point was made, it's a combination of education and enforcement. Whilst it's nice to have young people who often don't throw litter, we applaud them, absolutely, and often older people don't throw litter either. But a combination of education and enforcement is required. District enforcement is the vehicle we use at the moment, and they complement the council's activities in terms of litter and flight. That is the way for the council to make the best use of its resources in terms of fighting this new pandemic of litter. So I think we wait for the review at May, we gather the right amount of evidence, positive and I'm sure there's some negatives, and that's the sort of thing that we can make an informed decision on rather than having a lurching decision.
And what about the defective fixed penalty notices?
We're going to the vote now, Councillor. So the
proposal.
Yeah, proposal.
Suspend immediately.
That's your proposal. Has your amendment been moved?
I didn't have an amendment.
There is
There's no
nothing else on the
vote.
table.
There's no vote.
Put it to the vote.
Yeah. Okay. All in favour? Sure. Against? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
It's all
Okay. So
Jennifer's left.
there's going to be a review report at the next meeting. Now, because it's gone past 11 o'clock, so we have to take a vote on whether to continue the meeting or not.
For how long? You have to
Until we finish the agenda. We're only halfway through the agenda, so we'll have to carry on.
You have to do a test. You do.
No, we'll carry on till we finish up. People want to continue? Are you sure? Yeah. Against? Yeah, let's carry on.
With Richards again.
Right, okay, we're going. No, we've got final speakers. Sorry, Mr. Childress, we've been waiting. Item 22, this is disposal of land on Bradley Road East, junction of Leeds Road. Do you want to speak, sir?
I didn't know you're going to make a decision today.
Sorry, if you don't mind, could you speak up just a little bit, please, if you don't mind.
Today, are you going to make a decision what you're going to do with this land? Are you going to vote to someone this?
That's what we're going to decide on, what happens with this land. Yeah. We need to make a decision.
Is it going to be to someone?
I don't know yet. We're going to decide on it. Yeah.
It's
up to the councillors to decide.
2019, I got email with everything. I've been asking for what is going on. Officer been saying to me, as soon as we make a decision, we will let you know, which was in February 2010. Then they emailed me, they said, little to be someone will come back to you. And I can't see them, officer was told Rebecca and so on.
Okay.
And today, when I run again, to find out this is in 20 tonight, I said, I don't know about this. She said,
thank you.
I said, what's for? And she said, will you come back to you? No one come back to me. That's why I've been waiting there, just to know what is it.
Thank you. I just need some clarification from someone from Nelson, please, in this committee. It says here, it's on the basis of the motion is, that was the recommendation is for car sales being rightly right. Why was it specific car sales?
I'm not sure that was what we agreed. What we agreed was recommendation A, but take out the word disposal, so commercial letting of the whole site, that included, I think there was car sales and bullet points 2 and 3. So it was a commercial letting that we asked the committee for a commercial letting order, and then anything be submitted, and then the committee could make a decision.
It's on the picture, I'm just going
to the sheet. I wrote it myself, but we mentioned car sales because it's on bullet point 4. But it wasn't just restricted to car sales around that, but why would it be? So what Nelson Aid Committee actually moved was option A would delete the words disposal, just commercial letting of the whole site.
Thank you. Councillor Colton-Price?
On this one, this is just round the corner from the Bankhouse Road site, where the big happened.
He's not finished yet.
No, he's speaking. Yeah, if you just.
No, he's not finished.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, he's not finished.
I'm not waiting for answer what's going on and it's debating.
I think we think you've made your point. You're interested in the site, so we're going to make a decision on it. So.
Yeah, but clearly give them points. Been waiting 3 years, and after 3 years, more someone else to open that property to say whatever we get. My property is next door. There's a double yellow line on front of main road. That's all my car parking, the building. And we run business from people who need disabled people who need stroke people to park on main road because it's very easy to close down the parking. So I should be security.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. I think having had a look at this site, its location, the fact that there are double yellows outside the shops, etc. nearby, the fact we've got the Bankhouse Road development, otherwise on the agenda, is sort of just round the corner, as it were. I know that has some parking of its own, I'm sure, but there may well be other ones as well. I think it's one of those things, it's a valuable resource for the area, to be honest, in terms of parking. So I suggest option 3, which is retain control for the informal car park used by nearby residents and businesses. There is a bit of tree pruning required to be done, I think. Looked at some pictures just the other day. Then I think it's option 3, my recommendation. I propose that we retain it for the time being and review it.
Yeah, okay.
Chairman, I represent this part of town, and if you look at the paved frontage, it's of no use to anybody. It's no use for people that want to park their cars because they have to mount the curb, because there used to be shops back in the day. And all it's become is like a dumping ground. There's a charity collection container there that's been there, I think, for the last 23 years. And it just gathers and gathers and gathers. Nobody comes to collect that until the council move it. In terms of the Bankhouse Road site that Councillor Colvin Price refers to, this is in effect, it's boxed in by, for people that don't know, they may know Cleaver Meats. Yeah, no. Cleaver Meats used to have the base there, then you've got the taxi base. So I don't think it serves any purpose for the Bankhouse Road care site, which we'll be discussing later on. But the issue is, in terms of the maintenance of the frontage, the paved frontage, it's costing this council money. Money that Councillor Colvin Price will be the first one to say that we haven't got, and Richard would agree with him. So that's why the area committee said that let's have commercial letting, the maintenance goes to whoever the tenant is. I'm not fussed whoever the tenant is. It's a headache less for the council. I don't think it affects the Bankhouse Road site at all from my personal experience. And if Mr. Chowdhury is the one that wants to go for commercial letting, then good luck to him.
We are the people who give title for it.
Yeah, sorry, you've had your time, sorry. Yeah, okay. It's been moved. Shall we just accept that motion and then go to vote for or against? Straight away.
I'd just like to say that the trees, although they said they're overgrown and need work, they're really valuable in that little street scene. I think that they add a lot, and it would be a terrible loss if they were to go. It's just a side point, it doesn't have alter the vote.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of Councillor Colvin Price, do anything at the moment?
Do we do nothing?
Do nothing at the moment. Yeah. All those against? That's carried. Okay. So that's finished. Nothing, no decision's been taken on the side. We're just going to keep control at the moment. Nothing at the moment. Okay. Item 5, going back to the agenda now. Item 5 of the transformation programme is an update as promised. It's a regular update that we'll be getting of this committee, quarterly reviews. We need to make sure that we maximise the resource that we've got now in terms of to maximise the resource that we've put into this. I think it's really important that there is staff input within this transformation programme. There is councillors will be involved in all that we get regular updates, like I said. And what's crucial is the governance structure of this transformation programme, which is set out in the report. I think that's absolutely crucial. And let's crack on and see where we go in the next 3 months. The report will be coming back this week. So I'll move the report.
Thank you. Well, I'll second it. I think it's a good introduction. It's a good scene setter for the framework, the structure, the people involved, all different levels and different upwards, downwards and sideways involvement. I think building on some of the continuity of the knowledge built up before with the continuous improvement group. Team Pendle, go for it. I think you definitely need some t-shirt printing there. I like the idea as well about the regular updates, which we talked about, quarterly updates, but we've also got fortnightly group meetings as well in Paranam there. So I think it's an excellent scene setter. I know there's a lot of work obviously being done by Mike Coulter and his team in terms of getting some familiarity and getting some understanding of what we do and how we do it, etc. So once all that's coming in, I look forward to seeing some good fleshy reports coming forward. So I second the recommendation.
Councillor Whip?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, we've got a nice organisational chart on page 2 in colour. The report refers to the £500,000 of savings which are expected to flow from this work. But what I don't see is any sort of timeline and realisation of those savings, because we're only a couple of weeks now off the beginning of the financial year, and as we go into the financial year, David Colton-Price has just said a 3-month report. Well, by the time that 3 months is gone, a quarter of the year is gone. So that £500,000, it translates into a full year £1 million before you know it. And I just wonder about the practicality of actually achieving that level of saving with the lack of any timescale set out in the report.
Councillor Whip?
Yeah, just in terms of the governance model, obviously there's the chart there. Can I just check, in terms of actual member involvement, aside from the Policy and Resources Committee, is there any actual member involvement on any of the things, Rose?
Through you, Chair, it's hard to see. It's on that left-hand side where it says Team Pendle and Member Input. What we're looking at is having a series of member working groups on task and finish basis, looking at different things and aspects of the programme. So what we really want to do is involve you informally in some of the work and the research, the study trips, that kind of thing, but then have the real formal side of it through the more formal process of reporting here as well. And just picking up on Councillor Whip's point about the timescales, the savings and that kind of thing, that's the kind of detail that we'll be bringing to you in the next report, so that you've got sight of that, so you'll get that in the formal reports. So it will all be rag-rated in terms of how we're doing on the delivery of the programme, but it'll also be rag-rated on where we're at with savings. There's quite a lot of work to go on in the next few weeks to get that pinned down.
So just to come back to you, Rose, so let's say, for example, you are right, the Leadership and Transformation Board and the Transformation Programme Delivery Group, so they're the engine room of this particular transformation. So if you bring something to Policy and Resources that we then disagree with, is it then a step too far because you've done all that? And I know officers put a lot of time in and you're not usually pleased if councillors then say, well, we disagree with that. What's the mechanism for councillor input before it gets to Policy and Resources? Because I know you're doing the informal workshops, but by the time it gets to the Transformation Board and the Delivery Group, they're in effect just officer-led. Is that right, my understanding?
So through you, Chair, that's why we've got that member input at that earlier stage, actually, in terms of...
So it'll be taken on board is what I'm asking.
It's about a journey that we'll go together. I'm really keen that it's like that. So it's not like a meeting tonight where you see something for the first time. We want to involve you in this process.
Okay, so just one more question. On point 14, you talk about the various areas that have been identified, and then worryingly, this is not an exhaustive list. Is the restructure of committees on that not an exhaustive list to save the £500,000? You know, on point 14, where it says specific financial information, blah, blah, blah. Text, you say that it's not an exhaustive list. You follow where I am, Chairman? On page 4, bullet point 14 at the top. It says not an exhaustive list, but I remember when the budget meeting was held, there was, I'm sure I, unless I missed it, that there was something there about the restructure of committees or something around that. Is that part of the not exhaustive list?
Well, Councillor Richard Bowell, if you look at the bottom of page 2, we've got a number of opportunities identified along the bottom, and we've actually included democratic and governance in that, if that's what you're referring to. And it's how we run our decision making. Are we running it in a way that helps us?
So just without preempting what the peer report says, the feedback that I had from my colleague on the peer report was that one of the recommendations was that they were surprised that we still had area committees. Is that something the officers are looking at with interest?
Through you, Chair, I think we need to look at all these things and how well they're serving us. I think this would be failing the Council Transformation Programme.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers? Okay. So all those in favour? You sure? Against? That's fine. Next item we have is joint venture at Woodhouse. This is a really positive report. The previous joint venture company has been a real success. It's important that we work quickly now with Brookhouse. We've got some important projects that are moving forward through the Nelson Town deal. I'll move the recommendations as set out. Second, thank you.
Can I second that, Chairman? Yes, I think
to the law.
Let's see what. Oh wow! Give me a sentence at least.
Sarah wants to go on.
Let's look forward to the projects coming forward. That this new venture will bring to the council benefits to the borough. I second the motion, the recommendation.
All those in favour, please show. Against? Thank you very much. Next item is the A Centre, first floor. Again, this is really positive news. Really exciting end working with Nelson Corn College. I think it will be real benefits if we can get the college into the A Centre, get our young people down, increase the footfall, and bring the A Centre back into use. Again, we need to move really quickly on this. The business case is at an advanced stage, and we need to get the government sign off and send it to them for approval as quickly as possible. So I'm delighted to move the recommendation set out. All those in favour?
No,
Second. Councillor Iqbal.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the recommendation, but there's just an issue that's been flagged up by a number of people. Obviously, the A Centre was built with SRB money, and there was a facility there for people to use to hire out when the Leisure Trust were managing it. I mean, until the college actually go in, I'm wondering whether as part of the recommendation that we can have a conversation with the Leisure Trust that that it's back available for hire, you know, in terms of where we do the mayor making and stuff. Can't remember what room it's called now.
On the first floor. On
the first floor. Because if you take that out, there's nothing left in Nelson in terms of a facility to hire, Chairman. So until the college actually put pen to paper, if there can be a conversation had with the Leisure Trust, I'm sure that there's an interim thing that could be arranged with them.
The whole of the first floor has been used as part of the testing centre.
Yeah, it finishes on the 31st of March.
It does, the finishing testing, but it's going to be some while later before they actually move everything out.
My understanding was that they're out on the 31st of March, that's when their lease finishes. I mean, if that can be looked into, but...
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favour? Is that a second? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll second.
Yeah. All those in favour? Thank you. Sorry. Next item we have is the review of contaminated land strategy 2027. This is going to full council, so we can have the discussion there. I think people want to speak on it. Yes.
Just one quick comment. I mean, as a contaminated land strategy, I noticed that we've only actually identified one piece formally designated as contaminated land, which is the high-grown works in Knox Lane. And yet we have 1,073 potentially contaminated sites. And it seems like our approach is to let's just wait until someone puts a planning application in and let's let them do it. I just wondered how proactive we should be really, or whether we just let it run.
Or whether there are grants and levelling up to clear up our uncontaminated sites. are contaminated, sorry.
All those in favour, please show. Thank you very much. Next item we have is the Climate Emergency Declaration update. Sarah?
I'd like to thank Aidan, with whom I had a meeting today, and also Phil Dixon, for all of their hard work on this paper. They, in fact, haven't put everything in. There's loads of extra things that we are doing. They're creating a spreadsheet of big grants to go for all around specific areas, and also little grants. They are keeping track of the HVO trial, which I know lots of people in this room were against. I am indebted to County Councillor Ash Sutcliffe for attending the LCC Climate Conference. I was on a webinar for neighbourhood planning for deprived areas, and I'd already committed to that. So he has got all of that detail for us, and he has met the lady who holds the funding pots. So he's sharing that information, and we're hoping to set up a meeting. Our focus is on, you can see our focus, it's on a lot of things. We're hoping to focus on the things that will give us an outturn, and we think that community energy generation, with regards to all of the worries that we all have in terms of energy continuity and energy cost, is something that people will get behind and join us on the journey with. There is one that has been fully costed and also has a return worked out. And so that's perhaps the one that we're going to look at first. But Pendle Council very kindly paid for us to go on training, and there was a chap there with lots of sort of councils talking about their best practice. There was a chap there who was ineffably pleased with himself, but actually I don't blame him. He has a whole centre that he's managed to fund through grants in South Shields to do with climate change. And one of the things that he has really focused on is coal mines. So using coal mine shafts to generate energy, just like people use ground source heat pumps. And just entirely in serendipity, the neighbourhood plan had commissioned for Cone, had commissioned a coal report. So we know where all the coal mines are in Cone. And they're in Waterside, Dorothy, but there are 60 of them, and there are 30 of them on the well-named Coal Pit Lane. And I would like to know, and I don't know the answer, but I would like to look into, could we exploit some of these shafts that were dug in Victorian times? Could some of them, it's happening in South Shields, could some of them be reopened to create ground source heat energy for Pendle? So we have an awful lot to investigate, and actually we did conclude on today's call that some of the things that we're looking into we may look back in 10 years and say, gosh, they were the wrong things. So to give you an example, one of the things was using lampposts to convert them to become car charging. Now, that's not something that's been done yet, but there is a firm that's doing that. And then we then wondered, yeah, that sounds good in Pendle at the moment because 64% of our houses are terraced houses. Wouldn't it be brilliant if every street had several charging points along it? If we could do that in Pendle, wouldn't this be a total game changer? But then I said to the team, supposing in 10 years' time, there's lots of talk about heavy metals, there's lots of talk about dubious mining practices in countries far away from here, plus of course some of those countries are perhaps now in a combat situation. People are saying after 7-8 years these battery cars might not have the longevity and you have to start again. Could this be batteries? Could this be another environmental disaster? Might we, in 10 years' time, say, I don't know the answer to this, say, oh, we're not bothering with the electric charging and the battery cars, we're going full bore for hydrogen cars. The technology isn't there for that now. People feel we might be on the cusp. That would need different infrastructure. But all we can do is look at what's here now used to have mine charts, look at this area and the particular challenges that we face and try to address it in different ways. So the April Climate Emergency Working Group is bringing a lot of this back with the strategy, and we're hoping that Pendle Council will do a lot more engagement to get more people to attend, people from the community. And I had a phone call this week. Pendle Green Party hadn't previously attended, but I invited them because I do think the more people who have thoughts about this, the more people who've done research about this, and the more knowledge there is, the more likelihood that we're going to get the right solutions and spend our money most successfully to help Pendle residents.
Thank you, Sarah. Second. Karen? Yeah, thank you. I think it's a really important report, this really, and thank you, Sarah, for speaking on this item.
Chairman, I indicated at the beginning of the meeting.
I'll just finish and then you can come in if that's all. Yeah, I've just started now. So, yeah, and so I think it's a really important report. Thank you, Sarah, to be really passionate about this climate emergency declaration that we have. So I think quite a lot has been done in the last 6 months. There is room for further expansion, and we need to maximise the opportunities going forward. So I think let's continue to work on this. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Whip, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Through Barnoldswick Town Council, I was approaching car charging, electric vehicle charging companies for the Town Council land. Unfortunately, they didn't think any of our sites were suitable, but I sent through some postcodes for some of the Pendle Council owned land, Wellhouse Road car park, and Instavolt has sent a commercial offer to me, which I want to present to this committee, where they would install 2 ultra-rapid chargers at no cost to this council, and would provide £1,000 per annum per charger as rent. It would involve a 20-year lease for 2 120 kilowatt rapid chargers to be sited on Wellhouse Road car park in a mutual agreed placement with the council.
Thank you for that. It's fantastic. Good.
Yes, Chairman, there is reference in the report to EV charging. There doesn't seem to have been any great progress, and perhaps that's because Councillor Sarah Coburn Price is a bit of a downer on it. But I mean, this is an opportunity that not only should be seized for the Wells Road car park in Barnoldswick, but seeing whether it can be extended to other off-street parking areas in other parts of Pendle.
Anybody else?
Yes, please.
Yes, I'll bring you up to the people who haven't spoken.
Chairman, just a bit of information. I was looking earlier on, in fact, I was approached by a resident. The government currently has an electric vehicle home charge scheme, clearly obviously for home users, but that is due to end for certain types of home owners from April 2022. So I don't know if that's a hint that is there a change in direction by the government and its policy on some of these charging points or approach. I don't know if Councillor Colin Price can assist.
I can. Yes, the government is actually, and this sort of serves us well, it doesn't serve well your resident for whom this scheme is ending. The government is focusing on areas like this where there are a lot of people who don't have drives and terraced houses or in flats, because that is the nubbiest problem to solve. We've actually had a load of offers, and I wish Councillor Whip had just forwarded the offer that was put to him. We've had lots, and they're all different. There's a sort of matrices of complexity in terms of what they require for each car park, the speeds of the charging, the costs, the lengths of the time that they would want to be paid for. It is incredibly complicated. And Gareth Aspie has picked up the ball and he's running with this, and he's putting out sort of a tender, isn't he, for finding the right solution that would work best across the borough. And then we are very much hoping to tap into government funding with our status of many residents not being able to charge their cars on their own property. So, yeah, it's an area which at the moment is very exciting. I certainly don't have a downer on it. I just see that everything's changing so very quickly. Only a few years ago, we would have gone for slower charging. Now I think that would be insane. We have to go for the fastest possible charging, so certainly if we don't have that many spots, so people can move their cars and somebody else can charge instead. But yes, we are very much looking into this, and we hope that we will be able to certainly put out a contract for car parks, I don't know, in the next few months.
Chairman, if I could just clarify, this is a commercial offer which, if they receive a letter of confirmation that we're willing to enter a lease on conditions, obviously, where they could do a study just to establish whether they want to go ahead within the time span of weeks and install these at no cost to the council with a revenue receipt of £2,000 per annum. I mean, obviously, I'm coming from this at a Barnsley perspective, contacting this company from sites that we have. This has only come through today, which is why I haven't shared it.
I think Gareth would love to hear from you, but we have had several offers like that offer us things.
This is the leading company in the UK with 13% market share.
It might already be speaking.
Right, okay, yeah, that's fine. So just to move, if you can forward that to officers, and they can have a look at it and we can take it forward. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
right.
Okay. Okay, all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Next item is item 12, battery recycling scheme.
Move it. Second it.
One quick question. Why does it take 3 months to do the leaflet?
Or is it the bag stuffing?
This is sort of ready to go, and you just buy that, you commission the printer to do your 45,000 litres or whatever.
It's Mike that does the printing, takes a bit of time at
Oh, God. Do it black and white.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Next item we have is the Bankhouse Road site. Again, really exciting to see this on the agenda. This is part of the funding we had previously, £200,000 for the Brownfield Release Fund, and we've had proposals sort of Pearl together and Housing 21. The board clearly says the proposals are very similar. We've struggled previously with the viability of this site because of, which has meant really no development to come forward, and we've got an opportunity now to move forward, and absolutely delighted. So happy to move the recommendations as set out.
Chairman, I'm happy to second recommendations, and I agree that it's been years in the making of this, but can I place on record as a ward councillor appreciation to Julie for the effort that she's put into this?
Yeah. All those in favour? Next, one that has been not wrong. Has been
No, it's not.
No,
It's the white line.
Okay, it's Councillor Goldthorpe.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman.
Maybe somewhere.
It is what is known as the Village Green in Irving, adjacent to Aspen Lane and in front of the White Lion pub. It is being used more and more by local communities. In fact, they hope to relaunch Irving's feast event on that piece of land this year. So, simply this, cut to the chase, can we please transfer this land to Irby Town Council? And also, it's the maintenance cost at the moment to Pendlebury of, I think, just short of £2,000. So, I'm certain we can do that possibly cheaper. So could we please do that?
Sarah?
I know this piece of land really well, and I think it's not just the saving, it's also the sort of heritage setting. I think it's really important within the ERB street scene and the buildings that surround it and the buildings on the road opposite. It would be a terrible loss if this wasn't maintained for the residents of ERB, so I'm happy to second.
Thank you very much. All those in favour? Thank you. carried. Next item we have is Hodge House Springfield, request from Bradley for the local community land trust. Again, fantastic news. This is a brilliant initiative by the community land trust. During the summer, they invited me down and had a really positive discussion with them. And they're all really good people, really passionate, really care for the local area, want to provide some facilities for our young people. And I think it'll be a real asset. We can get their owners and pull this off. The current playing fields are in a poor state. Being down on the weekend, the sun used to go there and play football, but very difficult when it's raining, gets waterlogged. I think these are the sort of facilities that we do need here in Nelson and Pendle. And the Trust does have a history of delivering really positive things in the community. And the 3D pitch here in Nelson will be a fantastic asset. So I'm delighted to read the recommendations as set out. Sarah?
I'll happily second that. I've just forgotten the name that rang me up about it, the lovely chap on the phone. We talked about it. Mr. Dewhurst. I mean, my goodness, what a amazing whirlwind of activity Mr. Dewhurst is. And all of his good thoughts. It's wonderful to hear that it isn't just Cone that has these sort of self-starters who are making a difference for their communities. So I'm happy to second it.
Chairman, again, as a member of the big local trust from the council, I think the group needs to be appropriate. Peter Dewhurst is a spark to the group in terms of activity, but I think people around Bradley will welcome this initiative from the big local.
Fantastic.
And they're going to make it its top priority.
Good, yeah. That's fantastic. Very well.
Got to vote.
Sorry?
We've got to vote.
All in favour, sorry, yeah. We've got
21. No,
item
20.
Item 20 just for noting.
No, item 20 is a recommendation
Yes.
that approval
Yeah,
be given to
yeah.
the scheme. I would move that, Chairman, and I'm delighted that Councillor Sarah Corbyn-Price, who described this as ridiculous, has been proven wrong.
Well, it's not ridiculous in the sense that this is a lorry park. It's not a lorry park, it's just a car park with a
Chairman.
lorry park.
She commented on my calling request to say that it was ridiculous.
Your calling requests are increasingly regular.
And I'm delighted that the calling request has resulted in this work actually being authorised to go ahead.
I'm absolutely delighted that Lancashire County Council also contributed.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. So all those in favour?
Can I just ask this actual, the use of this car park as a lorry park to be reviewed? It can't be the best place for a lorry park in the whole of Pendle. I've been to visitors because it's near the tip. I've also been to visit them on Street View, Google Maps, the whole lot. I've not seen hardly any lorries ever parked there. So is that the best location for a lorry park?
Is it moving in a
I have no objection to this proposal.
Yeah. All those in
Get it
favour?
researched.
Move item 21, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And then item 21. Thank you very much for attending, and have a safe journey home. Almost on Friday.
See you in the morning.
Yeah.
See you in the morning. Yeah. Lockdown deal.
Lynn? In case you said anything.
Lynn, the sign-up sheet just here.
Thank you. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night. Your colleagues now.